Well, welcome race fans joining us on Facebook and YouTube here for day number 1 of the Open Wheel Showdown presented by BitNile.com. Second year that we have been back here to the Bullring at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway for the richest pavement sprint car race anywhere in the world. $50,000 to win. The first session on the racetrack for wing pavement sprint car practice to get a little bit of a feel for the racetrack. Joined by Ashton Smythe, who's going to be in the pits for Speed Sport throughout the weekend up at the booth here to get things kicked off. And Ashton, always an exciting weekend, especially when we can come back here for the second edition of this great race.
100%, Cole, and this is an event that the drivers look forward to each and every year. $50,000 on the line. Like you said, drivers come from all over North America to Las Vegas to hopefully end up in victory lane at the end of this week as the green flag is out for the first practice session.
First few cars that we have on the racetrack now, coming off of turn number 433J. That is Langford, British Columbia, Canada's Jeff Montgomery, the 68. From Idaho, pulling into the infield, Mike Anderson with some problems in that machine. The 14-year defending Open Wheel Showdown race winner, Aaron Willison, one of the first cars on the racetrack for practice, followed by the promoter, the guy that got this whole thing off the ground, Davey Hamilton Jr. in the 14, originally from Boise, Idaho, now residing in the state of Florida, is getting the first few laps up on the scoreboard. And Jeff Montgomery clicking off a 13.328 in the 33J as they just picked these tires up from the Hoosier Tire Truck. Their allotted tires for the weekend, got them mounted and ready for this first practice session, a first taste to see who has brought what and what these racers have going into 2 big days of racing coming up.
3 laps in the books for most of these drivers as the white flag is displayed. And a little bit of trouble for Aaron Willison. Currently sits 4th in this practice session with the best time of a 14.779. Jeff Montgomery still top the board, 12.711, and the checkered flag is out.
Now for Montgomery, that is a brand new race car for the 33J this weekend. The team is running a Beast chassis with the Northwest Sprint Tour. They finished 6 in points after missing out on some points early in the season at the season opener at the Penticton Speedway up in British Columbia. And Jeff bringing out a new grip chassis for this weekend, new Shark Racing Engines combo, and looks like that car is already well on its way to being hooked up with a 12.627 best lap time. Aaron Willison maybe taking it easy, maybe trying to just get the feel for the 14 machine. Ran a 14.582 as his best lap time, and again, wasn't really quick leading up through the weekend in that 14 car for the first Open Wheel Showdown, and they changed a lot of things on the Friday night practice session going into qualifying. Came out with a lucky car draw for the dash, got him that front row starting position, and from there on led every single lap last year to collect a $50,000 payday. As the second group of cars heading out on the racetrack, teams with plenty of time to hit the speedway with a 2-hour opening session, so pretty much roll up into the line whenever they are ready, and they will get pushed off in the back straight. As you can see, the push trucks getting in line. Randy Price, the 21 car, mentioned the Northwest Sprint Tour, winner with the Northwest Sprint Tour this year, earlier at the Saratoga Speedway up on Vancouver Island in British Columbia, Canada. Former Speed Tour champion Casey Tillman is in the 92 car from Idaho. They've got a brand new 410 in that machine. Ran a 360 here last year and was one of the quickest cars in competition. Fellow Idaho racer Mike McGurdy owned the 17 machine alongside of him. Mike, a winner of the Diamond Cup this year at the Meridian Speedway, as well as the Skunk Cup at the Magic Valley Speedway, about 2 hours down the road in Twin Falls, Idaho. Eric Humphreys, the 15 machine, rolling out onto the racetrack. They had a grip chassis at Meridian for the Pink Lady Classic, back to, I believe, their Eagle chassis that they have tweaked in hopefully all the right areas for this weekend. Former King of the Wing at champion in that 15 machine. Also on the racetrack, the 50M, the famed Dick Myers 50M. That is Cody Swanson this weekend. Won $10,000 last year in the midget portion of the Open Wheel Showdown. Unfortunately, the midget's not coming back this year, but replaced by the modifieds, adding a little bit of a local flavor to the shows. We wait on a few more cars to roll out onto the racetrack. And Ashton, your first Open Wheel Showdown, and I know walking through the pit area, getting notes, getting ready for this weekend. What are some standout things already about the weekend as we finally have seen cars on the racetrack here on Thursday?
Yeah, you just talked about the 50 car of Cody Swanson with a different team than he's normally used to running. He picked up the $10,000 paycheck last year with the midgets, out this time running a sprint car, but he's also had quite the year in 2024 alone. He picked up the 500 Sprint Car Tour Championship, picked up the Silver Crown Championship. So Cody Swanson's been on a hot streak in the 2024 season and hopes to cap it off with a $50,000 paycheck here at the Open Wheel Showdown.
And adding to the list of car owners that he's driven for this year, in fact, I believe it was back in 2006 when Cody ran this car as a non-wing car. Of course, it used to be in USAC competition, and then the last few years has had the wing on it, been running with Must See Racing, had a variety of different famed drivers over the year. Last year, Jason Blonde driving this race car, getting the track record here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway Bullring. And now Cody Swanson, who missed out on the sprint car portion of things last year, getting the chance to climb behind the wheel. The car that they affectionately call Seabiscuit, built back, I believe, in 1992 as part of the Hoffman Racing team. And Rob Hoffman helping to build that race car and still running strong to this day with multiple main event wins this year with Aaron Willison behind the wheel in must-see racing competition as well.
Yellow flag still out as these 6 cars are getting ready for their practice session. And Cole, we talked about a little bit earlier on, they have a 2-hour slot right now to get these cars out on practice. And they also have another 120 minutes later on tonight. So 4 total hours of practice today. And for a lot of these guys, it's the first time that they've ever been to the Bullring. So these practice sessions are going to be crucial for them to get their cars dialed in for the qualifying and heat racing efforts tomorrow.
Mentioned that, seeing still some returning names, so a few drivers with some data from last year, but it's, you mentioned Ashton, one of the big names as well that doesn't have too many notes around this place. Jojo Hellberg back for the California racer, the multi-time must-see racing champion, of course, regular with the USAC non-wing sprint cars back in their pavement days as well. And Jojo taking a few years off of racing and coming back here with a brand new race car, yet untested race car, kind of their own creation for that team after they spent some time last time that Jojo was racing on the dirt side of things, running in California. Now back in the pavement, and not a whole lot of notes. Said he was here for one Legends car race quite a few years ago, and now here to race for the first time. We're going to see Jojo coming up a little bit later on in this session, but looks like the majority of the cars in group number 2 in practice session number 1 onto the Speedway, and you can see the Las Vegas Motor Speedway safety team just doing a quick scout of the racetrack, making sure that nothing is on the racing surface as they make their way into turn number 3 at the moment.
Safety truck going to pull back to the infield, or rather go down farther on the bottom line. And Cole, I had a chance to go to the drivers meeting a little bit earlier on. They did put a traction compound on the racetrack to make it a little bit racier for these drivers this weekend. And race director pretty much told them, hey guys, it's up to you to see how you want this track to react for this weekend. It said, take these practice sessions to be able to work that into the track to be able to make it a really good racetrack for this week.
And that is the other element of the practice here tonight. You're going to get the rubber laid down on that traction compound. Funny enough, though, last year with this race being a little bit later on in the year, first week of December, Bobby Santos, who finished second in this race, was noted that traction compound almost did the exact opposite last year. Now with the moved up start time where hopefully we'll have a little bit more heat in the racetrack, that is going to come into play. Obviously now in the heat of the day during practice, we're going to have a nice surface and a beautiful weekend of racing here in Las Vegas. But as temperature cools down, it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to come into play as the green flag waves for group number 2, seeing who can lay down a time maybe to try and get ahead of the 33J. Jeff Montgomery currently at the top of the session with a 12.627.
Laps continue to click off around the racetrack as these guys are out for the first time. And Cody Swanson, fastest in this group so far with a 13.613. And just as I say that, Casey Tillman in the 92 goes just faster with a 13.106. Wow. The 50, 92, and 17 are all swapping times right now. They are right on each other's tails as far as time-wise goes.
Already interesting to see how the times comparable to what they were running at the tail end of the weekend last year and heading into qualifying is before, during the opening day of practice last year, we had a track record pretty much every time they went out on the racetrack, and everybody now solidly into that 12-second zone, mid-12-second zone, as Cody Swanson second quick with a 12.696 best lap time. Casey Tillman, how about Casey? 12.933 in a car that could be a sleeper this weekend as they try to figure out that 410 setup as the white flag waves for group number 2. Casey, former Speed Tour champion, as mentioned, in that 92 car, the series that runs at Magic Valley Speedway and Meridian Speedway in Idaho. It's checker flag waves over this second group in practice session number 1.
Cody Swanson fastest in that group and second overall with a best time of 12.696. Casey Tillman third overall and second fastest in that group with a 12.933. Fast times all around for this group. Just kicking off the day, and we're already setting down some wicked fast laps around this Bullring. It's going to be really interesting to see how the rest of this over hour and a half practice session goes.
Mike McGurdy on the 17, winding up in the 4th position at the moment, 13.055. We mentioned non-wing racing primarily being the pavement sprint car racing of choice, you could say, over the last few years, through the 90s into the mid-2000s, before the wing stuff took on, and Mike was very forced to be reckoned with back in the USAC Western Sprint Car Series days, and also with the now-defunct Rocky Mountain Raceways in Salt Lake City, Meridian Speedway, and again, as we mentioned, getting that Diamond Cup win coming up a little bit earlier on in 2024. Eric Humphreys rounding out your top 5 with a 13.131 in the 15 car. Now they are going to try and take a step in the right direction. They've actually been struggling a little bit the last few years. Been uncharacteristic for the multi-time King of the Wing national sprint car champion in that 15 car. And they've been playing around with multiple different combinations, trying to get themselves on the right track. But as soon as they hit it off, that is going to be a team to watch for coming up a little bit later on. Randy Price, 21 car, 6 in the practice order at the moment with a 13.397. Michael Finelli in the 2SS, racer from New Mexico, the car out of Colorado, currently in the 7th position. Natalie Waters, one of our Utah competitors, in 8th. Aaron Willison, Drew Crenshaw, currently rounding out the top 10 at the moment as we await the next group of cars to head out onto the Speedway.
Next group starting to line up in the chute over there, and it looks like I see the 64 car of TJ Sneva, and I got the opportunity to talk with him earlier on. Last year was not how he wanted his open wheel showdown to go, but he's back with a whole new motor, so he's hoping that he has some better luck on that this year.
And unfortunately, that was the end of TJ's weekend when he lost the motor in preliminary action in that 64 car. TJ, the son of the late Jan Sneva, multiple-time Indy 500 starter, former Indy 500 Rookie of the Year, and nephew to 1983 Indy 500 winner Tom Sneva, as well, carrying on the great Sneva Racing name in the inland wing sprint cars, kind of one of the driving forces with that series as well, based out of the State Line Speedway in Idaho.
Flagman climbed back atop the flag stand. We see promoter Davey Hamilton Jr. walking down through the grandstands right now. Looks like we're waiting for something here.
Yeah, just taking a quick look at the surface here as they are checking things over, making sure that everything is good to go down there. As Steve's been a busy guy, comes to Vegas well in advance of the race and has been doing everything for making sure that everything sponsorship-wise is happy, to setting up banners all around the racetrack, helping out with the layout of the pit area, a little bit changed from last year to try and streamline things. And again, that is the name of the game for year number 2 of the Open Wheel Showdown, the streamlined program, on already a strong basis from year 1 that was a extremely successful event, and interesting to see how this weekend will evolve here at the Bullring at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Is behind TJ Sneva, Kyle Alberding, the 32 car. Kyle, winner last year of the War of the Wings event at Evergreen Speedway in the Washington State area. That is probably the primary pavement sprint car race that year that he won it in 2023. $10,000 to win, $15,000 to win this year, and it went to Aaron Willison, who dominated the weekend. And Aaron, the winningest driver on pavement when it comes to wing sprint car competition throughout this season. He's got to do a lot more traveling, primarily even as a result of the open wheel showdown. Is quite a few car owners taking note of Aaron's prowess. Drove for J.J. Dutton earlier on in the season at the Children's Dream Fund 50 down at the Citrus County Speedway, and has also run the Statham Construction car only a few weeks ago. Won the Sandy DeCare 41 at Citrus County as well.
While we wait for this next group to pull out, Cole, lots of things have already happened today. Gates opened at 8 a.m., and the drivers were able to pick their tires at 8:30, and then they all rolled across the racetrack and got Daytona-style pictures right on the front stretch here at the Bullring at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. After that, the sprint cars rolled through tech and then had drivers' meetings and engine heat, and now we are here with practice. Then after the sprint cars practice, we do have modified practice for 30 minutes, and then it is time for the super modifieds to roll through their tech process, followed by the sprint cars once again with 120 minutes of practice. Super mods out again, and then close out the night with one last modified practice session.
Now, the Speed Tour Super Modified is back again for year number 2. One of the biggest super modified fields that we have seen here on the West Coast for quite some time, probably 25 years since the tail end of their time at the Copper World Classic at Phoenix Raceway. And great to see so many of the radically offset machines in the pit area here this weekend. And we will get that updated as they come out onto the racetrack again, as Ashton mentioned a little bit later on in the program. The Modifieds, the new addition to this year's Open Wheel Showdown. And Ashton, we were talking earlier, an absolutely stacked lineup of modified competitors. Pretty much everybody here on the West Coast has come out to try and win that $5,000 payday coming up on Saturday night here at the Bullring.
Yeah, we see more than guys from just the West Coast, though. We see them from all over the place. You have some guys coming down from Idaho to run. Lots of guys from local around here, like you said, some Colorado guys. I talked to a father-son duo earlier who made the long haul from Colorado ready to run this race. And, you know, it's going to be really exciting. We even have a driver in the field with the modifieds all the way from Canada. So lots of talent within the modified fields, as well as the sprint cars are starting to get pushed on the track for practice session number 3.
Yeah, we mentioned the Canadians from Canada. I believe the competitor that we were talking about from Grand Prairie, Alberta. When we're talking about the sprint car competitors here from Canada, that's British Columbia. That's basically like the California of Canada geographically, and Grand Prairie, that is way up there.
You know, I'm not too familiar with the geography of Canada. I've been to 2 different provinces this year, but yeah, maybe I'll have to add British Columbia to that list.
I can say from experience it is a pretty nice region of that particular country. As the first car looks like fired off, Kyle Alberding going to roll back to the back straight as, again, we wait for all the cars that are in the group to head out onto the racetrack and then get pushed off by the respective push trucks here, as a few drivers have missed out on motor heat, potentially also taking the time to just get the car turned on, fired off, shut off, and get ready for this practice session. Is again, Kyle Alberding, second car out on the racetrack. Brian Wharf going to join into the program for the racer from Idaho. The multi-time Meridian Speedway track champion has won pretty much everything open wheel that there is to win at Meridian Speedway, the concrete jungle. That famed venue, quite literally downtown Meridian, Idaho, as Brian was running in a super modified and a wing sprint car here last year. Unfortunately, the super modified portion of the program ended pretty much just underneath of the Star Nursery sign going down the back straight, where he had to dodge the air cleaner off of Davey Hamilton's car in the back straight, and unfortunately put that car into the fence. Back out with the sprint car, made the show last year, and trying to get into the top half of the finishing field here in that number 91 machine.
I believe they're going to give each of these drivers a push to make sure receivers are working in the car, so that way they have data and something to look at for timing and scoring wise. You see some couple more race cars rolling on the track. Cole, who do we have?
we can see someone that you have quite a lot of experience covering throughout this year, Jake Trainer in the 29 with the Seymour Racing number 29 machine. Great to see that iconic number, an iconic white race car rolling out onto the racetrack with a wing on it for the first time in Jake's career in that 29. Number 91 machine, that is also a driver who's taken some time off of racing as of late, hasn't run since 2019. Darren Yates from Duncan, British Columbia, Canada, making his wing sprint car return at probably the biggest stage that he could possibly do it at, here at the Open Wheels Showdown in that number 91 machine with the kind of chrome illusion lettering that's really glistening here in the Vegas sun is the 22L. That is Richie Larson, another one of the Canadian competitors coming from Prince George, British Columbia, Canada.
Cars starting to roll around this racetrack, firing off after getting a push from the push truck. Yellow flag displayed. First time out on the racetrack for this group of 6. And, we talked about it. Some of these guys, first time in a long time or first time ever here at the Bullring or in a winged sprint car. So hopefully they are able to get some good notes.
Mentioned the drivers from all over, push trucks from all over as well, helping out to make this show run as smoothly as possible, coming from all corners of the West Coast and Rocky Mountain region as the green flag waves for group number 3 after a little bit of a delay in the program. Going to be interesting to see what Jake Trainer can do in his first laps in anger in a wing sprint car. The Little 500 winner from 2023 in his first ever attempt, and former NEMA Lights midget champion as well onto the racetrack. And Jake going to go up to the number 7 spot, 13.447 in his opening circuits around. Brian Wharf up to 9th is a 13.665 as again everybody getting their first crack at the Bullring.
Lap still clicking off here. No one coming close to Jeff Montgomery's time. Still sits top of the board. Jake Trainer settling in 8th. Right now, lots of shuffling around the back half of the pack.
Yeah, seeing a lot of shuffling, as you mentioned, Ashton, through that mid kind of range, just outside of the top 10. A lot of guys trying to jump up and crack inside of the top 10. TJ Sneva currently with the final position in the top 10, 13.579. His best lap time as white flag waves for this next group that is currently out on the racetrack. Jeff Montgomery still top of the board in the 33J. Kyle Alberding going to jump up to 4th. Brian Wharf to 5th. Alberding a 12.971. Wharf a 12.981. As the checkered flag flies for this third group on the racetrack is Jake Trainer in the 29. Again, getting his first few laps in a wing sprint car in that 29 machine. Currently knocking on the door of the top 5. 6 quick for the 29, a 13.019, 12.981 for Brian Wharf. Kyle Alberding in 4th. Top 3 still remains unchanged from that second group that was out on the racetrack with Jeff Montgomery, Cody Swanson, and Casey Tillman rounded out the top 3 positions at the moment, still with plenty of race cars to come out onto the racetrack as a stacked field of wing sprint cars is in the pit area, and we're going to get a little bit of an idea of how many are exactly in the pits. Around 50, I believe, that showed up for motor heats. So solid field again, building off of last year's numbers, as we mentioned, and good to see a few more drivers taking the plunge and coming out here to the Bullring at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway here for the second edition of the Open Wheel Showdown presented by BitNile.com.
Cars starting to roll on the track once again for the next practice session. We'll see who we have here. Looks like the 16 car of Rob Grice all the way from Nampa, Idaho. He's also joined by a couple else. Who else do we have in this field, Cole?
Looks like the 86 J.J. Dutton. And if your super speedway needs some catch fencing or safer barrier added to it, J.J. is probably going to be your guy that you call up, as he has helped multiple different racetracks, and that is his business. And has a lot of fun racing a winged pavement sprint car throughout the southern states. Also made the tow up to Colorado National Speedway for their Independence Day Sprint Car Spectacular weekend that they had for 2 $10,000 win shows that were taken out by Bobby Santos and Aaron Willison. Speaking of Colorado, easy for me to say, Kevin Schrammick alongside Fountain Colorado racer in the black pink and white. Number 4S machine. Kevin had his open wheel showdown weekend coming to an early end in the C main last year when he made contact with the turn 3 wall. Good to see Kevin back out here as he is a regular Colorado National Speedway, also running with the newly formed Momentum non-wing sprint car tour that has been going throughout the state of Colorado.
All 6 drivers pushed out onto the track, going to swap their team four-wheelers for the push trucks here at the Bullring at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And just as I say that, the caution flag is displayed, and these cars are going to get a push to start, and they will be underway with practice in just a couple moments.
Remaining cars that we didn't touch on, 22L, that is DJ Lyons, winner with the Speed Tour Sprint Cars a few seasons back, multi-time main event winner with that, regular at the Meridian Speedway. 91, that is Cody Ridge this weekend out of the Michael Newman Racing Stables for First Line Systems, one of our Open Wheel Showdown event sponsors, going to be sponsor the Pole Shuffle coming up a little bit later on in the weekend on Friday night, tomorrow night, to decide the top 12 starting positions for the 100-lap main event. $50,000 to win program coming up on Saturday evening. Here, Willie Ginn, another regular out of the state of Idaho in the grip chassis number 24. Willie's first full season of wing sprint car competition as he stepped up from running midgets around that area, the Rocky Mountain region, as well through the state of Idaho, and has steadily been improving. Multiple top 10 runs throughout the year with the Speed Tour sprint cars for Willie. As looks like that is going to wrap things up as J.J. Dutton has pulled the 86 car into the infield as directed by the race directors. If they have any issues to pull into that infield to allow the session to continue on as the green flag waves for this next group out onto the racetrack.
I had the opportunity to catch up with Willie and his crew earlier on, and something kind of interesting about him is he is the youngest driver in the field, just 17 years old. So incredible for him and his team to be able to make that drive out here and have such a strong showing at such a young age as laps are starting to click off in this practice session.
And not a whole lot of open wheel experience heading into running a 410 wing sprint car. So Willie has had a steep learning curve and has done pretty well getting up to speed and getting that 24 car in the hunt and up to speed as the 91 Cody Ridge coming off of turn number 4 now, trying to lay down solid lap. And this is essentially Cody's first appearance here as DJ Lyons also with some problems in the 22L. He's going to pull into the infield. Cody was slated to run a second car last year. They had a lot of problems with the 11 machine as it was scored last year, and unfortunately didn't really even get to run any laps today. Anger coming back out here and already doing more laps than he has all throughout the 2023 Open Wheel Showdown here at the Bullring at Las Vegas Motor Speedway as the white flag waves, and laying down some solid baseline times, getting into the top 10 for the 91R to 13.241.
Checkered flag out next time by the 24G, fastest in this group, currently sits 9th overall, and a last-ditch effort from the 91R, but not fast enough. But he cracks the top 10, sitting in 10th with his fastest time of a 13.241.
And the cool thing about Open Wheel Showdown here, we mentioned a few drivers making their first wing pavement sprint car starts, kind of a completely different animal to a non-wing car where you're dealing with the downforce. You're having to deal with dirty air, and talking with regular non-wing sprint car drivers like Tyler Rohrig, he says that's kind of been the biggest thing that he has had to deal with, is how to use the wing and how to try and fight his way through traffic with the dirty air. It's kind of like what you see in IndyCar, a lot of air getting knocked around off the back of these cars and upsets the airflow over the front wing and the top wing of these race cars. So closing rates and trying to get around these machines when they're strung out, a little bit difficult. Really, when it comes into play is traffic and how that falls and how these drivers can use traffic, which you're going to get plenty of with the 100-lap main event coming up a little bit later on in the weekend.
Yeah, a lot of these guys say having the wing kind of makes the car a little bit more stable. So it's really up to their preference, which one they prefer, but there's definitely a lot more of a difference than a lot of people would think. Even just adding a wing on, but the next group rolling out onto the racing surface right now. And it looks like they're led by the 55 machine, and I believe that is Gary Land.
Garyland. It is out of the state of Colorado. He is a very experienced open wheel racer from Colorado and calls Colorado National Speedway home. Ran with the Independence weekend sprint car show that they had there. Again, that we mentioned the two $10,000 to win shows, and has also been running with the Momentum Sprint Car Tour. I believe has a win with the Momentum Sprint Car Tour this year. Has also run ASCS non-wing action throughout the state of Colorado into Wyoming as well. The 94W from Union Bay, British Columbia, Canada. That is Jeff Wade, who came so close to getting a transfer spot into last year's Open Wheel Showdown main event. Was only a few positions away from getting in, and unfortunately had some problems, had to pull off the racetrack early before the end of that. Another Canadian from the opposite side of Canada, London, Ontario's Ryan Litt. About 2,400 miles separates Jeff Wade's hometown from Ryan Litt's hometown, and a 2,000-mile tow from across the country for the must-see racing wing sprint car regular, with one must-see racing main event win this year at the Berlin Raceway in Berlin, Michigan, as Ryan made the tow down last year. A little bit of help from BS&B Radiators, Glenn Stiers Racing, of course, well-known name in the dirt racing world, and was running in the top 5 before the motor let go in the second segment of the 100-lapper last year, and would have probably found himself in at least a podium position, but tough break for the 07, trying to get some redemption this year. Audra Cicelli in the 77, the California racer from Selma, California, coming off at turn number 4 now. Audra is former USAC winged sprint car, non-wing sprint car regular, I should say. Made the return to racing after a few-year layoff last year and made the show here at the Open Wheels Showdown as Ron Larson in the 12 car from Quesnel, British Columbia, Canada. Another one of the 12 Canadians that were entered in the Open Wheels Showdown here this year. His yellow, black, and red number 12 machine for a former King of the Wing national sprint car main event winner on multiple occasions. With a 0-2, that is Randy Dubois this weekend. In the grip chassis machine for Jimmy Waters, Randy, former Granite Sprint Car champion and a former winner of the War of the Wings event at Evergreen Speedway. We had Reese Getz driving his car and climbing behind the wheel now. The 0-2 machine this weekend at the Bullring at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
The number 7 machine, the fastest in this group so far, with a time of 12:997, which puts him 6th overall on the board. A few more laps left in this practice session, and closest to him is 15th overall, Audra Cicelli, and I actually talked to her earlier on about some funny things that she usually gets called, but good efforts out of her so far as the white flag flies.
Yeah, second time's the charm there for Audra. She comes off at turn number 4, and again, wound up pretty good in that 77 machine. Currently in the final spot in the top 10 in this group. 13.168 overall for this session, and again, one of the quicker cars in the group so far is the field getting the checkered flag. Ryan Litz, third quick for the 07, 12.893 for Ryan Litt, who's got that 07 machine hooked up and hauling around the Bullring here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Is Randy Dubois getting acquainted with the new ride for the weekend. Ron Larson in a different car from what he's been running all year, back to a Diablo chassis after running an Eagle throughout the Northwest Sprint Tour season. 94W Jeff Wade also getting a few laps in. Jeff is currently 16th in the practice order as your next group rolls out onto the Speedway.
Yeah, before we talk about who's in this next group, let's take a look at the top 3 times alone. It's Jeff Montgomery with a fastest time of 12.627. Cody Swans with a fastest time of 12.696. And then we just saw Ryan Litt out on the racetrack, but his time is a 12.893. Both Cody and Jeff are over 0.2 faster than the rest of the field, so they have something dialed and hooked up on their race cars. And, we're only just starting practice for the day. Lots of time left. But who's in this next group?
Well, we see Aaron Willison on the racetrack for his second crack at the Speedway, maybe trying to get the tires scrubbed in the first session. Didn't really get too much of a representative time that we were expecting for the 14W, and Aaron from Langley, British Columbia, Canada, just over the Washington State border. 8A, that is Brad Auman. He is the 2022 Northwest Sprint Tour champion. Brad from Duncan, British Columbia, Canada, in that 8A machine. Made the main event last year at the Open Wheel Showdown. Had a little bit of a collision that knocked the front wing off, and they pulled into the infield early, trying to get through the full 100 laps this year. And how about CJ Leary in the 6G, driving for Brian Gossel, who got injured a little bit earlier on in the year running with the ASCS National Tour on the dirt side of things, and a pretty capable replacement driver, substitute driver here this weekend in that 6G.
Unfortunate that both Brian and Austin are not able to make it out to the Bullring here this weekend. Austin in contention for Rookie of the Year with ASCS, but CJ Leary has that background. So he is going to be one to watch this weekend in the 6G car.
Another racer that doesn't have maybe the wing pavement sprint car experience, but with dirt wing sprint car experience and a 410, of course, USAC regular main event winner and a challenger as well with some pavement experience at the USAC Silver Crown side of things, non-wing action as well with the Little 500 throughout various different series throughout his time in racing as the green flag flies in this session. Tyler Rohrig, the 41 car, also in this session. Multi-time Little 500 winner. Monty Bergner in the 12B out of Utah. Jojo Hellberg, who we were mentioning in that brand new 7 machine, trying to get that car sorted out throughout the weekend, and still the early stages of coming back to winged pavement sprint car racing.
Laps starting to click off in this group, and the 7H goes second fastest overall. We were just talking about him with a time of 12.630 on just the second lap. Third lap a little bit slower at the 13.380.
Yeah, Jojo kind of getting stuck behind the 12 car here, so that clean lap probably going to be one of the better laps of the session. Only 0.03 of a second slower than the current quick man of the field. Jeff Montgomery is the 14 of Aaron Willison, trying to get a clean lap in. He's kind of been stuck behind Tyler Rohrig in the 41 car as Rohrig continuing to click off laps. CJ Leary just outside of the top 10 at the moment, an 11th quick at a 13.092 as the white flag waves over the field. Brad Auman, different engine combinations. Brad running a 360 this weekend, giving up a little bit in the power side of things. This is the checkered flag waving over this next group here in wing sprint car practice, is again getting 2 hours allotted to try and get these cars sorted in. And another 120-minute session coming up a little bit later on in the evening after we see some action for the modifieds and the Speed Tour Super Modifieds as well.
Jeff Montgomery still sits fastest overall. Jojo Hellberg in second, Cody Swanson in third, and CJ Leary in fourth, and Tyler Rohrig in fifth. You know, those are names who would not surprise me when you say that they're top 5 fastest in practice overall. But we still have a lot of cars to hit this racetrack and over an hour left in practice. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of these other guys, you know, go back to their notebooks and make some big changes and, you know, surprise some of us.
I know CJ's still getting to grips with that 6G machine, so watching for him to pick up the pace as the weekend goes on. Already a solid baseline, 4th quick in the qualifying order. Tyler Rohrig only his 2nd wing pavement sprint car race of the 2024 season. His pavement sprint car debut for the year coming at the Pink Lady Classic at the tail end of September at the Meridian Speedway, where he got a top 10 run. I know they were looking for a little bit more up the order, as they're a very serious player with Michael Newman anytime that they come to any racetrack here throughout the country, and also running with the USAC Silver Crown Series this year throughout the season, rounding out their year at IRP just a few weekends ago, or about a month ago now. Hard to believe. It's already flying through as that rounded out in mid-October. Next group onto the racetrack. Looks like it's going to be Trevor Anderson, the 69, first car with the push truck behind it, alongside of Brad Knopfsinger, running the 2nd of the Gossel 6s. Is good to see Brad back behind the wheel of an open wheel machine, the 2-time CRA sprint car champion. Right
next to him, the man we've talked about multiple times this weekend, Davey Hamilton Jr. in the 14 car. He finished on the podium last year, hoping to do even better this year. Had some troubles with his receiver earlier on. Hopefully he has that figured out. And then the 50 car of Cody Swanson.
Alongside of Cody, going to be the 27 of Colorado's Mike Hathaway. Drew Crenshaw in the 0 car. Looks like going to round out this session. As still a few more players that we haven't seen on the racetrack and already see getting lined up and ready to go here to try and set down their first few lap times. Saw Cody Swanson come out in an earlier session. Cody running it through at a 12.696 that currently sits right up there with, some of the quickest cars in the field. Third quick at the moment with that 12.696, right behind JoJo Hellberg and Jeff Montgomery. As again, we really haven't seen Davey Hamilton Jr. lay down a representative time in the Morgan number 14 machine. Looking for him to jump up the time charts in that car. Is looking through, give you a rundown of the top 10 at the moment. It is still Jeff Montgomery at the top with the 12.627, 12.630 for JoJo Hellberg, putting him second. Cody Swanson trying to go up the order, again with that 12.696, currently with his best lap time. CJ Leary, the 6G at 12.761. Tyler Rohrig rounding out your top 5 with a 12.776. Ryan Litt, the 0.7 in 6 with a 12.893. Casey Tillman in 7th at a 12.933. The 8 of Brad Aumann, 12.967, currently in the 8th spot here in the overall practice times. Kyle Alberding in 9th. Brian Wharf rounding out your top 10 as green flag being given the signal to wind them up off of turn number 4.
Davey Hamilton Jr. going to lead a little pack of 3 down the backstretch. Like we said, he had some issues earlier on, so this is the first timed laps he's going to see for the day. First lap for Davey Hamilton Jr. in the books. Or not yet. One more time around, as that was the taking the green flag for Davey.
And Davey already jumping up into the 6th spot, 12.860 for the racer that finished 3rd last year in the Open Wheels Showdown. And he drove it in real deep into turn number 3 and unfortunately didn't quite pay off for him. It did pay off for him a little bit, 12.661. How about jumping up to the 3rd spot as Cody Swanson still in 4th. In the 50M, I should say, knocked back down into the 4th position, and DJ going up to the top, 12.610, quickest lap we have seen so far for the number 14 machine by about 1/100th of a second over Jeff Montgomery. He gets knocked back down to the number 2 position in the 33J.
Cody Swanson clocks a time of 12.795, still sits in 4th as the white flag goes. And just as I say that, Cody Swanson, quick time with a 12.511, over a 10th faster than Davey Hamilton Jr., who currently sits in 2nd, and the checkered is out.
Man, an impressive lap from Cody Swanson, who had that 50M up on the wheel. And it is very cool to see Cody, who's making his first wing sprint cars start in about 10 years behind the wheel of that 50M machine. And I know a lot of his partners throughout the years stepping up to make sure that they can secure that ride. Lions, Salem Speedway jumping on board. Dan Binks, who he also runs for in the USAC Silver Crown Series, helping out, as well as Mission Foods and a few others jumping on board as our next group, already getting ready to get pushed out on the back straight and getting ready to fire things off. So, currently, Cody Swanson at the top with a 12.511. Davey Hamilton Jr. going up to the number 2 spot here in practice with a 12.610, 12.627 for Jeff Montgomery. JoJo Hellberg in 4th, and CJ Leary rounding out your top 5 here is shuffling things up a little bit. As mentioned, some big names. Few more rolling out onto the racetrack right now. The 57 Evan Margison, racer from Tacoma, Washington. Margison won the Pink Lady Classic last year for $30,000. 2023 winner of that event. Also the Diamond Cup champion at Meridian Speedway. Won 2 races that year as well at Evergreen Speedway with the Granite Construction Wings Super Sprint Series that runs out there. Hasn't quite had the success that he had last year in 2024, but trying to round out the season on a high note. Finished 2nd this year in the Pink Lady Classic to Aaron Willison. That is Tony Offit alongside of him in the 8 machine. The white and red number 8 is the 91 Brian Wharf back out for his second crack at the Bullring. 42, Jason Blonde back again here at the Open Wheel Showdown for BitNile.com. Jason behind the wheel of his familiar number 42 car. Talked about Cody Swanson having some partners stepped up. Jason had quite a few of his supporters step up to get his own race car out here this weekend for the racer that is a former Auto Value Bumper to Bumper Super Sprint champion, former Must-See Racing champion, and has been focusing a lot on the dirt side of things around his hometown of Litchfield, Michigan.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to catch up with Jason earlier on, and like you said, he's been focusing a lot more on dirt, and he said he thinks that's going to give him a leg up on the competition here this weekend. Him transitioning back over and focusing more on dirt has given him the opportunity to learn the car better and learn how the car reacts to a lot of different situations. So keep your eye on the 42 car to be strong this weekend.
Eric Humphreys back out on the racetrack as well in the 15, looking to make a big step up from 14th at the moment with a 13-13-1. Trying to take a swing at things as the green flag waves. And how about Kevin Newton? Kevin in the 16 machine, speaking of the dirt side of things, if it's open wheel in a race car, Kevin has run it throughout the last little while and making his winged pavement sprint car debut this weekend, I believe. First few laps here in this session, seeing where everybody stacks up. Again, Cody Swanson, the man that they are all shooting for, as Evan Marginson comes by the start-finish line of the 57 machine. Brian Wharf jumping up in the 91W to the 7th position. Eric Humphreys now 7th. Wharf back into the 8th position. Humphreys improving with that 13-131 from the earlier session into the 12s at a 12-8-7-8. Wharf now 5th with a 12-6-7-6 as he gets held up by Tony Offit coming off of turn number 2.
Evan Marginson just took the start-finish line, and a good effort out of him, and it hops up to 8th overall, or now down to 9th at the 12-8-1-5, and Jason Blonde up to 6th with the 12-7-5-8, white flag out. Your
track record holder in the 42 as Brian Wharf, big move, 12.563, second quick for the 91W as Wharf continuing to put in some solid laps as he got clear of traffic, now with a clean racetrack, but got way up towards the wall coming off of turn number 4 that last time by. Kevin Newton, the 16 machine, making laps around, trying to get a feel for the car. Looks like the front wing collapsing just a little bit on that 16 car as he's been running on the dirt side of things quite frequently. Also had a second car with Cole Macedo running that car back east quite a bit.
Brian Wharf fastest in that group, hopped up to second fastest overall, and only the second driver to hit below a 12.6. So lots of racing left here today as the next group rolls onto the track.
And again, this is going to give us a good indication of who to watch come qualifying and racing action throughout the weekend, is again getting into the racing portion of things tomorrow with Wing Sprint Car qualifying and trying to set the field for heat races, which will then set the lineups for the main events. The A, B, and C mains coming up on Saturday with preliminary action to decide who gets the final starting spots in the up to 26 cars starting field for the Open Wheel Showdown, with two promoters' options to tail the field.
You talk about it just now, and although these practice sessions don't necessarily count for anything, they do determine the practice sessions for later on today and for tomorrow. So it goes in reverse order from slowest to fastest, so you still want to put down a good lap to be in a fellow group with lots of other fast race cars for practice sessions tomorrow, which then set up qualifying and so on and so forth. So although practice necessarily doesn't count, you still want to have a good showing to set up your day very strong.
And of course, rolling off the trailer with a good race car leads to usually having a really good weekend as opposed to having to thrash in the car and change a lot of things setup-wise. So looking for a good baseline here for the rest of the Open Wheel Showdown weekend presented by BitNile.com. It's Justin Kawahata in the 45. Going to fire coming off of turn number 4. Justin, regular with the NCMA non-wing sprint cars in the state of California, and also has experience running with the King of the Wing National Tour, the former King of the Wing West Coast Series, as well in wing sprint car competition, as well as the Gunslinger Sprint Car Series. 55 car rolling off next. One of our Florida competitors, Tommy Nichols, out of Tampa, Florida, regular with the Southern Sprint Car Series, Southern Shootout Sprint Car Series, making his first appearance at the Open Wheels Showdown in a car and a team that travels throughout the country and now making the tow out to the West Coast here in the western portion of the United States. Good to see that Tommy and his team making the tow out. Kevin Schrammick out on the racetrack for his second session, as well as the 2S machine of Michael Finelli for the racer out of New Mexico. Looks like the 55 of Nichols slow and pulling on the apron.
Caution flag remains out as the 55 pulls into the infield. We also see the 17 of Mike McGurdio. Yep, there you go. I talked to him earlier on today in the pits, and I told him I'm probably going to butcher your name about 10 times, and he said he's used to it. But the green flag is out as the 17 crosses the start-finish line, hoping to capitalize a little bit better on his fastest time so far of a 13:055. He currently sits 16th overall in practice.
Few drivers in this group looking to try and step things up in the lap time department. Natalie Waters, one of those, currently 28th quick for the young racer out of Utah that primarily runs with the Speed Tour Sprint Car Series. And she is actually going to pull into the infield. Another racer that had nothing but troubles last year at the Open Wheels Showdown, as Waters safely to the inside of the racetrack, so he will stay green in this group. Justin Kawahata knocking off his first few laps of the weekend is the 45 coming by the start-finish line, currently 29th quick with a 13:864.
White flag displayed in the air. Michael Finelli leading this group kind of around the racetrack with his fastest time of 13:60 on the dot. He's going to take the checkered flag and up to 23rd fast with a 13:445.
Finelli getting that car from Washington State. Believe his first appearance of the year here at the Open Wheels Showdown with that race car, again for the racer out in New Mexico. Mike McGurdio, again his second time on the racetrack here in this 2-hour kind of open practice session. As racers welcome to roll up to the lanes, get grouped, and get ready to roll out whenever that they feel that they're ready after making the necessary changes back into the pit area. A 13:055, still Mike's best lap time from the opening session for the 17 machine. We mentioned the Diamond Cup winner, also the Skunk Cup champion at the Magic Valley Speedway that are both promoted by Adam Nelson, who runs both Meridian and Magic Valley, and also runs the Speed Tour Regional Sprint Cars, as well as the Speed Tour Regional Modifieds, and plenty of Speed Tour Regional Modified competitors here as well in the pit area. We're going to be seeing a little bit later on in the afternoon, getting set as we speak to roll out on the racetrack. So we were mentioning, Ashton, that we have another one of the big names, the guy that finished second last year for the racer from Massachusetts, 22A, another 500 Sprint Car Tour regular, getting ready to head out on the racetrack.
Yeah, that's Bobby Santos the third. I talked to him a little bit earlier on. He said, he's feeling good. Not exactly what he wanted last year. Came up just one spot short, but he's confident he can end up in victory lane at the end of this event here. So hopefully able to click off some good lap times here. And it seems like the group of 22s here, as we have 3 of them out on the racetrack right now, Cole.
It's an announcer's dream, isn't it? All 3 22s in the racetrack at the same time. 22L, that is DJ Lyons, as he has fired off the yellow 22. 7 back out on the racetrack. Jojo Helber currently sits 5th in the order now, but really only got 1 clean lap in the last session. Interesting to see what Jojo can do after he can lay down 2 or 3 laps in that race car that they are still playing with. Quite a radical design and a departure from the traditional Beast chassis that they ran previously when they last ran a pavement sprint car racing in the 22L. Richie Larson back out for his second time in practice here in this first group. Rob Grice, 16, also back out for his second time. Santos, the only one that we haven't seen on the racetrack in this group. Darren Yates trying to get that new number 91 sorted out, as he is, I believe, within the top 20 at the moment in that machine, just shy of the top 20, 24th at the moment, as they're going to get the 1 to green signal and then the green flag for DJ Lyons and the rest of this group here in practice.
Green flag out from the flag stand here at the Bullring at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, as they are continuing to click off laps and hoping to catch the fastest overall car so far, the 50M of Cody Swanson. First couple laps for last year's runner-up, Bobby Santos, the third. We've talked about it all day. We'll see if he's logged a time here yet. Does not look like it. Actually, just as I say that, a 15.863, still getting warmed up for Bobby Santos. We'll see what he can do, as he looks like he has some trouble on the backstretch.
Either trouble or trying to find a clear group. Looks like, yeah, he's going to blend back into the racing line and try and find some clean air and maybe get her wound up for these last few laps for the 22A. Is the 22L, Richie Larson, though, slowing on the inside of turn number 3. He's going to try and limp her around to the infield, as Santos trying to get the 22A wound up to try and get a representative lap time for the racer that has challenged Aaron Willison on multiple occasions throughout the 2024 season and has also pulled out. Main event win over Willison. Is Larson going to stop in victory lane, and unfortunately not getting to the safety of the infield. Darren Yates also going to roll off in the 91 car, as he slowed way up coming off at turn number 4 even before the yellow flag flew, and will make his way off of the racetrack now back to the pit area.
Darren Yates sits 24th overall with the fastest time of 13.525. Bobby really still looking for something here. Fastest time of 14.326. But Cole, could this be a strategy? You know, we're going to see some of these guys come out here and run possibly mock qualifying, which is 2 laps. So you're going to see them, you know, maybe taking the high side and running 2 laps and then slowing down to see how their car would react with only those 2 laps. It looks like he's going to be the only car out. We'll see if he takes the green flag to finish out. And just as I say that, green flag out for just Bobby Santos.
So Santos, and few guys like to scuff in the tires if they do have stickers. Everybody having stickers is you had to purchase your tires from the Hoosier Truck here at the venue. So white flag flying for Santos as he tries to lay down a lap and jump up the order. And how about 6 quick for Bobby Santos, 12.684, getting the whole racetrack to himself to try and lay down a few hot laps as he pitches it into 3 and off of 4. Checkered flag waves. Santos going to finish off that group, and second quick for the 22A, 12.516. As you mentioned, a pretty good indication of a mock qualifying run there for Bobby Santos, as he got the perfect opportunity to lay down 2 hot laps at the end of that session with nobody else on the racetrack and no lap traffic to kind of hold up.
Cody Swanson still fastest overall with 12.511. Bobby Santos right behind him. You know, something I'm very similar to seeing this year a lot with the 500 Sprint Car Tour. Bobby with the fastest time of 12.516. Jojo Hellberg in third with the fastest time of 12.532. Brian Wharf in 4th, and Davey Hamilton Jr. rounds out the top 5.
So as the next group rolls out onto the racetrack, we're going to pause up here in the booth and let you guys enjoy some of the sights and sounds of the Open Wheel Showdown. You're not going to miss a thing. Make sure to watch in the action. We'll jump in a little bit later on in the session to get you guys updated on times as we see some heavy hitters rolling out on the racetrack. Open Wheel Showdown coverage on Facebook and YouTube continuing here as we're going to, again, step aside, take a little break, and then come back with more sprint car practice action. So jumping back in here at the Bullring at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway is a little bit of an incident in turn number 4. First car to actually contact the wall. Gary Land for the racer out of Colorado. His safety team dealing with getting the 55 hooked up to the tow truck and brought back to the pit area as the red flag has been thrown out in this session. We'll give you a quick update while we have some downtime here on where everybody currently stands time-wise. Is a little bit of shuffling at the top of the order here with a few racers jumping up and laying down some quick laps up until this point.
Jeff Montgomery sits top of the board with the fastest time of 12:3.11. Behind him, Davey Hamilton Jr. in second with a 12:4.23. Brian Wharf in third with a 12:4.86. Kyle Alberting in fourth, Cody Swanson in fifth, Bobby Santos, last year's runner-up, in sixth, Casey Tillman in seventh, JoJo Helberg in eighth, Eric Humphreys in ninth, and Tyler Rohrig rounds out the top 10 so far. Most of these guys have been out for 6 to 12 laps. We have a couple guys who've gone out 3 separate times now, including the guy who runs in fourth, Kyle Alberting, who I think is the most laps around the racetrack right now with 19, and it's paid off for him as he's within the top 5.
Kyle had some motor problems here with that 32 car last year. I wound up jumping behind the wheel of Dad Andy Alberting's car. That Andy not in competition this weekend, but still managed to make the show with the 76. And of course, Kyle, very experienced pavement sprint car racer in his own right, has been dabbling in a little bit in the dirt side of things in the Pacific Northwest throughout his home state of Oregon, his home racetrack. Now the Douglas County Dirt Track. And that is where Kyle has been running 360 sprint cars on dirt quite a bit here in the last little bit. Is unfortunately Gary Land with some pretty heavy front end damage. Looks like it's not the front axle out of it. Knocked the shock off on the right side. Also white walled the right rear tire. Maybe pushed something over in the rear end department. But car is still able to roll back without having to get completely picked up off of the ground. So Gary Land going to make the trip back to the pit area, and they're going to have to go to work and try and get that car back. Maybe not for practice, but hopefully for action tomorrow here for qualifying to get things kicked off for the Open Wheel Showdown weekend. For BitNile.com helping out, stepping up on board. Great to see them again with supporting racing throughout various different divisions, and also now jumping up in the Open Wheel Showdown is getting ready to fire off this group with Mike McGurdio, Cody Swanson back out on the racetrack, Evan Margison, who sits just shy of the top 10, currently in the 11th position for the 57. Again, the racer out of Tacoma, Washington for Margison, who, again, swapped back and forth between the dirt and the pavement side of things and has now been primarily focusing back on the pavement end of racing. Was running as a regular at Skagit Speedway in their 410 division on the dirt side. Now, electing next year maybe to focus a little bit more with that 57 car running on the pavement. Trevor Anderson back out on the racetrack in the 69. Everybody fired back up and getting ready to wind it up for some more practice here for the Open Wheel Showdown.
Cody Swanson will be the first driver to take the green flag into turns 1 and 2. 4 cars left out in this group. Only about 30 minutes left of this first round of practice, and then they have a little bit of time to make some adjustments to their race car as Cody Swanson clicks in a lap of 12:3.74, and that will be his best lap so far.
Again, the track record, obviously, single lap in qualifying, fresh tires, low fuel load in some cases, 11.629 set by Jason Blonde, but again, seeing more of a race pace here, trying to settle in. Seeing how you can click off 100 laps, which in a sprint car is a long time. Of course, they're going to have a halfway break to fuel up the cars, change the right rear on these machines, as well as the checker flag waves in that group. And again, Evan Margison cracking the top 10, the 57 up into the 9th position with a 12.585. We mentioned that everybody has to buy their tires from the Hoosier Tire Truck for a little bit later on in the weekend. Come qualifying, everything has to be Open Wheel Showdown tires here. In Thursday practice, they do have the option to bring in their own tires, so some guys going out on used sets. Some racers also putting on the tires that they have got, trying to scuff them in, which is, I believe, what Aaron Willison has been doing the last few sessions, just trying to get some laps in the tires as they get through the heat cycle once or twice before they throw those onto the race car for qualifying heat races and main event action coming up a little bit later on in the weekend. Is Jake Trainer back out on the racetrack in the 29. in what is a new combo for the 29 with the wing and a new combo car-wise as well.
We also see the 22A of Bobby Santos, the third, rolling out as well. We talked about him a little bit earlier on. The last group we called here before we stepped aside, he was last year's runner-up and currently sits 6th overall, but only has 9 laps around this racetrack here today. So we'll see if he can pick up some more time. We've definitely seen the times increase over the past probably 30 minutes. So we'll see what these guys can do with only 30 minutes left.
Aaron Willison going to look to lay down a lap still towards the bottom end of the order, but still could potentially be trying to scuff in some tires for later on in the weekend. Interesting to see if Willison elects to try and lay down a lap here, if they're going to keep on some older tires. Again, a little bit of strategy here in practice as well, as got a good indication of kind of the cars to watch so far. Jeff Montgomery has been wicked quick in the 33J. A new car coming into this weekend. Cody Swanson, the tried and true Seabiscuit, running in second at the moment. And again, first time back in that car for about 20 years. First time in that car with a wing on it ever for Cody Swanson, with Davey Hamilton Jr. still sitting in the third spot time-wise with the 12.423 we just saw out on the racetrack. Brian Wharf representing the state of Idaho quite well in the fourth position. Kyle Alberding, Oregon's own, in the 32. Rounding out your top 5 is getting ready to get this group wound up and ready to go. And again, Santos really only having 2 laps on the clock, 2 hard laps for the 22A. Going to be interesting to see what he can do in this session.
45 cars have taken to the racetrack so far today for practice as the green flag flies. Aaron Willison, we talk about him a lot, the inaugural Open Wheel Showdown winner, out on the racetrack right now. 23 laps around the Bullring here today with the fastest time of 14.165. Lots of star in this group as well, and we'll see if they can do anything to beat Jeff Montgomery's time of 12.311.
13.070 for Aaron Willison, as the number 29 machine, Jake Trainer, jumping up to 12th with the 12.379. 1.2739 for Trainer, as Monty Bergner coming off of turn number 4, the 12B, also trying to jump up the order as well. Rob Grice, 16, looking for a little bit more speed in that machine. He is down towards the tail end of the lap time department, as Trainer coming by, trying to again get a clean lap, still with that 12.739 is his best trip around the Bullring.
Bobby Santos out on the track right now. Jumps up to 4th with the best time of 12.484 as the white flag is displayed. One more trip around the Bullring for these drivers, and that will be the checkered flag. And it looks like Bobby Santos is going to stay in the 4th position. Aaron Willison in the 10th. Jake Trainer up to 13th overall in his first ever winged sprint car debut.
Aaron Willison jumping inside of the top 10 in 10th, final position in the top 10 with a 12.674 best lap time for the 14 machine. So down towards the tail end of the top 10, looking for Willison to jump up the timing charts a little bit later on, is getting some solid lap times into that 14 car, and again trying to defend that Open Wheel Showdown crown as the weekend rolls on. Is still more to roll out onto the racetrack. Jojo Hellberg can see him leading up the line to roll out onto the Speedway. Jason Blond behind him in the 42, again back behind his familiar blue number 42 machine that he has had so much success in over the years, and we'll see if Jason can try and move up. Currently sitting in the 14th position, 12.758 from his previous session. That was his first time out on the racetrack with somewhat limited laps so far. Is the number 16 Kevin Newton going to roll out onto the racetrack as well? Michael Finelli going to fire off first in the 2 machine as he's made multiple attempts at the Bullring so far in this first 2-hour practice session. 68, Mike Anderson getting ready to fire off. Had some problems, had to pull into the infield. Still looking to try and get a representative time for Mike, who has traveled throughout the United States, all the way down to Florida in the King of the Wing days as well. Supporting wing pavement sprint car racing, the 1, Troy DeCare, fired up, ready to go, former must-see racing champion in that machine, Tampa Bay Area Racing Association champion as well for the 1 car. His first time to try and lay down some laps in anger this weekend.
We also see the 42 car of Jason Blonde, who has quite a long resume when it comes to open wheel racing in all aspects, in asphalt and dirt, as the flagman's going to give them the 1 to go. We also see the 7 car out on the racetrack, and if my eyesight would help me here, the 16 as well.
Yeah, Kevin Newton again, as we mentioned, the neon yellow and blue machine up on the wheel, trying to get up inside of the top 10 as JoJo Hellberg currently sits in the 8th spot. Again, still trying to develop that new race car, that new combination. And JoJo went to dirt racing before, he's come back into pavement competition just for this weekend, we think, tentatively.
Just as you talk about that, JoJo goes top of the board with a 12.118, 2/10 faster than Jeff Montgomery's fastest time. He still has a couple more laps around this racetrack. The next lap is a 12.390, so JoJo Hellberg top of the board so far. Jason Blonde also out in this group. Still sits 14th overall, fastest time 12.758, and his last lap being a 13.433, so a little bit of ground for the 42 car to make up.
Kevin Newton, the 16 TH, a 12.997, currently 21st quick. Troy DeCare not really getting a whole lot of laps up to speed. That is a new chassis for him, a P1 chassis, which they're actually going to create the jig for that chassis line off of this particular race car. It made its debut at Meridian Speedway during the Pink Lady Classic. Troy had some motor problems, and they're still trying to sort through that as they brought it out for the Open Wheel Showdown. And the checker flag waving on this group is going to finish things off for this, again, group of cars to roll off of the racetrack. And JoJo Hellberg, now the quickest car on the property in practice at the moment, with a 12.118 for the 7H, with Jeff Montgomery sitting in second in the 33J with a 12.311. Cody Swanson, the 50M, at 12.320. In third, Davey Hamilton Jr. in fourth with a 12.423. Bobby Santos, the third, rounding out your top 5 with a 12.484. Is Davey Hamilton Jr. going to push onto the racetrack? A little bit different wing angle on the 14 car. They've laid it back a little bit, trying to get some straightaway speed. Is Richie Larson right behind him in the 22L. 21, Randy Price back out onto the racetrack, his third practice attempt, with Brian Wharf, who currently sits 6th, just shy of the top 5 in the 91W, rolling out with Trevor Anderson once again, pretty much hot lapping it straight through the pit area to get back out on the racetrack in the 69. And Tony Offit in the 8A looks to be the final car in this practice group as the push trucks getting ready to line up behind the respective drivers.
We've talked about the practice format for today, but really the position that all of these guys want to be in, looking forward to tomorrow, is the top 12. So if you are kind of set in the top 12 today, you are in a good position. That means you'll start on the front row of your respective heat race, and then therefore, if you finish in the 1 and 2 spots of your heat race, you make your way into the pole shuffle, giving you the opportunity to start from the pole position for the 100-lap feature on Saturday. So our top 12 right now is really the place you want to be. Couple guys still looking to shuffle around, and we'll see if anyone in this group can break into that magic top 12.
And again, a little bit of element of chance there with the position draw, the card draw to set the field coming up a little bit later. Obviously, tomorrow night, and again, that is going to be how they finish that First Line Systems pole shuffle dash is going to be how they start the main event, and setting yourself up inside of the top 12 going to be crucial with the fast guys up at the front for the majority of the weekend, is, again, having to hit everything right to get yourself in a position to win the 50 grand. Is, and getting some look at the Speed Sport drone up, getting ready. Going to get ready to fire off some drone shots here momentarily. We're already firing off some shots on YouTube and Facebook. As, again, we thank everybody for joining us as the green flag flies once again is getting down to the final few minutes of the first practice session for wing sprint cars.
Just under 20 minutes remain. And Cole, we haven't really talked about it yet, but, you know, we're sitting up here in the tower at the Bullring, and wow, what a view we have here as laps are starting to click off for these guys. Davey Hamilton Jr. with the best time so far, and, excuse me, there we go, best time so far with a
looks like a 12.423 for Hamilton, is, again, mentioning that they kind of knocked the wing back a little bit to take out some of the angle on that 14 car, and trying to experiment with that. Of course, apart from the wing angle, the drivers can also play with a wing slider that they have to slide the wing back or forward, depending on tire fall off and track conditions throughout the weekend, and that is going to come into play especially during the 100-lap main event run. As, again, Davey Hamilton Jr. continuing to lap around the racetrack. Brian Wharf taking things easy on the inside of the Speedway. 21, Randy Price, 18th quick at the moment at a 12.889 for that beautifully hand-painted race car. If you go down and take a look at that in the pit area, if you are here at the Bullring, or going to be here throughout the weekend, make sure to check out Randy's machine as Richie Larson with problems. The 22L pulls up on the inside of the racetrack, but looks like keeps it running. Out of harm's way is, again, the checkered flag waving. Brian Wharf going to jump up inside of the top five once again. 12.479, 12479 for Wharf. As your top five, again, with Wharf jumping in, still Hamilton Jr. in fourth, still Swanson in third, Montgomery in second, Hellberg still at the top as they roll back into the pit area for this group. Randy Price 18th quick, Richie Larson again towards the tail end of the field. 30th for Larson with a 13.280 best lap time. Brian Wharf, last car to clear off the racetrack as the next group rolls out with Tyler Rohrig at the head of the line. And Tyler in that 41 again, only making his second wing pavement sprint car start of the season this year in 2024 for the Newman Racing team based out of Washington State. Tyler from Plymouth, Indiana, the multi-time Little 500 winner.
Tyler Rohrig's one of those guys who can jump into any form of race car, and he's just really a wheelman. There's no other way to put it, plain and simple. He hops into a non-wing sprint car and is always one to watch up front. He hops into an Outlaw late model. He's won lots of things there, and I expect no less out of the 41 machine of Tyler Rohrig here now in a winged sprint car. It looks like the six for this group are pushed out onto the track as the push trucks pull behind them to get them fired off for a couple more practice sessions here.
Tyler kind of got his start in the Outlaw late model world as 02 Randy Dubois alongside new car combo for Dubois. In that 02 machine for Jim Waters, that grip chassis, only 5 grip chassis in existence, and Jeff Montgomery got the 5th one in the 33J, which is currently in the second position, in this practice session. Randy, of course, familiar with his Geico number 7 machine, took some time out from racing throughout this year, started at the season, had some engine troubles, had to drop out, and now finding a home behind the wheel of the 02 car here this weekend. Mike Hathaway out of Colorado has been involved with Chris Mueller. We're going to see in super modified racing in the state of Colorado to try and get a non-winged sprint car series on pavement kicked off. They call it the Momentum Sprint Car Tour. And Mike has also run a few races with a wing on it, one of our 360 competitors who snuck in last year in the Open Wheel Showdown. Main event is one of the promoters' options. Unfortunately, got involved in an incident earlier on in the race, and I know Mike wanting to make the show again coming up a little bit later on in the weekend.
Natalie Waters, another one we see out on the racing surface right now in that one machine. Not too happy with where she's sitting right now. 36th fastest overall, 13.535. But man, she has the fans backing her up this weekend. I've seen all over social media, everyone is rooting for Nat Attack this weekend as the green flag is out and just under 15 minutes remain in sprint car practice.
So it looks like the line kind of dying down a little bit as we look towards the staging area from up here in the tower. You're getting a bird's eye or a great view around the Speedway, thanks to all of our Speed Sport camera crew. This practice session, Natalie Waters, again mentioned, quite the fan club for Natalie as she continues to try and chip away in the lap time department. Casey Tillman coming by the start-finish line, 9th quick is Casey Tillman, 12.531 his best lap, 12.944 that time. Having to check out for the one car just a little bit is, again, Randy Dubois trying to click off some decent laps. Currently 16th quick in the 0-2 to 12.826, and that was from his previous visit to the Bullring on, I believe, his third attempt at practice here as Tyler Rohrig continuing to try and challenge for the top 10 in the 41 machine. Rohrig, who is up towards the top half of the field in that 41 car, still trying to click off some decent laps as Mike Hathaway had a little bit of a moment coming off at turn number 4. White flag set to wave for this group.
Tyler Rohrig sits inside that top 5 in 4th right now with the fastest time of 12.373, but consistency is his name of the game right now. Checkered out. Natalie Waters goes up to 24th fastest overall, 13.185. We said it before, 26 cars start this feature, 2 provisionals. Everyone else will have to make their way up through the C main and B main. And but like we've said, top 12 is really where you want to be. And the last guy in that cutoff right now is Eric Humphreys. And wow, star-studded top 12 here. We see Aaron Willison in the 11th position, last year's runner-up. Martison in 10th, Tillman in 9th, Alberding in 8th, Bobby Santos the 3rd in 7th, Wharf in 6th. And the top 5 being Davey Hamilton Jr. in 5th, Tyler Rohrig in 4th, Swanson in 3rd, Montgomery in 2nd, and JoJo Hellberg still sits atop of the time charts with the 12.118. Still 2/10 faster than second place Jeff Montgomery. The next group rolling out onto the racetrack.
So it'll be Willie Ginn in the 24 and the inside of the Speedway, coming off of turn number 2 underneath of the safety clean sign. Aaron Willison, who we saw lay down really his first hard lap of the weekend on the last time he was out on the racetrack. Going to see what he can do as he is currently outside of the top 10. Currently sits in the 11th position with the 12.674. Kevin Tramick, who's been slowly picking away in the speed department in the 4S alongside of Willison. TJ Sneva, the Sneva number 64 for the racer from Spokane, Washington. Going to be the inside of that back row. Jake Traynor pushing off in the 29. And Cody Ridge, the final car in this practice group in the 91 for the racer from Washington State, the graduate from dirt track racing into pavement sprint car racing in the last few years for Newman Racing in the First Line Systems number 91.
The 64 of TJ Sneva with a new motor broke it out for this event. Currently sits 27th overall with 13.223. Still a lot of work to improve. They're just about halfway through that field, halfway fastest right now. Lots of time to make it up here.
Willie Ginn in the 24G, just shy of the top 25 speed-wise, 13.197. For Willie in the 24 car is giving the 1 to green signal at the start-finish line this time by, getting ready to wind things up off of turn number 4, and the car we're going to be watching this time is that orange and black number 14 to see where Aaron Willison can get himself up, as well as the 29, Jake Traynor. Still getting some laps in wing sprint car competition and still trying to pluck his way through the field.
11th is Willison and 13th is Traynor so far as they click around to log their first laps. And looks like the 24 car having a little bit of trouble early on, but seems to be getting it figured out. First lap for Jake Traynor, hops up to 9th fastest overall with a 12.507.
Traynor right on pace for the driver that won the Little 500 in his rookie year. Also qualified in the front row that year that he won the Little 500, as he is Stuck behind some slower traffic. Willie Ginn lying directly in front of him is Aaron Willison, 14 up to 5th, 12.394 for Willison, who's catching up with Trainer in the 29 here. So some dirty air coming into play, seeing what Willison can lay down is again getting inside of the top 5. Tyler Rohrig, who we saw in the previous session, just in front of him in 4th in the 41 of the 12.373 as the white flag waves coming off of turn number 4. Seeing what kind of lap times they can lay down here for the final few trips around for primarily looks like the final trips here in this first session of practice is again getting down to the final 10 or so minutes as the clock continues to wind down as the checkered flag flies coming off of turn number 4.
Checkered flag out for this group. And, we had a little movers and shakers there. 2 drivers that cracked into the top 10, Aaron Willison and Jake Trainer. Still just under 10 minutes left, so this is going to be everyone's last final push. And the more pressing part is it is a hard 3 p.m. cut, so if you're waiting in line and you don't get your practice session, well, that's unfortunate. So a lot of these guys are going to try to get back out one last time for this first practice session with only 8 minutes left.
And again, that line getting pretty short here as we get ready after this to roll into modified practice. As J.J. Dutton, first car to push off into the back straight to get ready to fire off that 86 car. They have slowly been chipping away at the speed and setup of this 86 car. J.J. is still relatively inexperienced when it comes to wing pavement sprint car racing. Had Aaron Willison in a second car earlier on in the year, and Aaron worked with JJ to try and work on a setup that's a little bit more drivable for him and has shown in the speed department. JJ saying he's been getting slowly more comfortable with the race car as Cody Swanson back out on the racetrack in the 50M. Cody currently 3rd quick in practice session number 1 with a 12.320, seeing if he can get in the 12.2s or even the 12.1s, which is where JoJo Hellberg resides at the moment. JoJo also out on the racetrack, Mike McGurdio in the 17, the white and blue number 17 with the metal finish wing on the front of that race car, getting ready to push off. Evan Margison in the 57M. Margison getting knocked back to the 12th position with a 12.585. Bobby Santos, the 22A, getting ready to fire off. A very stacked practice group here as we get ready in the final few minutes. 2:54 on the clock for these drivers to try and get last few laps in while the track has at least the heat of the day. Here's the sun already starting to set.
These sprint cars are starting to push off around the Bullring at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Caution flag still out, and we said it, and wow, what a group this is. Lots of star-studded guys, and I would expect we're going to get close to quick time, if not beat it, during this practice session. I believe we'll have one more after this, and then it's time for these drivers to head back to their trailers, look at their notebooks, and make some changes as these drivers are given the 1 to go until they go green flag racing in this practice session. And just as I say that, green flag out on the 86 car.
So your field winds it up, and Bobby Santos, who currently sits 8th in the practice order, going to get a few more hot laps here as all these racers in the top 20 so far in the order, save for McGurdio, who sits 23rd at the moment in the 17 car and one of the challengers last year at the Open Wheel Showdown. As Cody Swanson trying to find a position, some clean air to run in as he is going to duck in line just behind JoJo Hellberg and start picking up the pace in the 50M. As they come by the start-finish line, Margison trying to lay down a quick lap, and he is going to go up to the 11th position with a 12.523. Jake Trainer is the final car in the top 10. From the previous session, he sits with the 12.507 with Margison just shy of him in the 57M for the racer out of Tacoma.
Cody Swanson starting to find his groove, but definitely a little bit slower here as the front stretch is mostly shaded. His fastest time, or his last lap time, is a 12.830. JoJo Hellberg still top of the board, but their last time, a 12.398. So lots of shaking up happening as the white flag is displayed.
Again, as they run in tires, go through the sets of tires, that can change, cause differences as well, trying to get a feel for what the car is going to do on used tires, some of these drivers as well. So the checkered flag ready to fly off of turn number 4. Evan Marginson flashes by the flag stand, 9th quick at a 12.492 for the 57M. Mike McGurdio in the 17, able to jump up into the 14th position, improving for him from 23rd, almost a 10-position improvement with a 12.758. J.J. Dutton in the 86, also getting some solid laps in as he is still towards the tail end of the field, 41st quick at the moment, and still trying to build up the speed for that machine. For the Dutton Fencing, number 86, Cody Swanson, a 12.320 in the last session, unable to improve in that latest session on his best lap time so far total in this opening practice session as the 22L of DJ Lyons rolls onto the racetrack. Jeff Montgomery currently second quick in the 33J with a 12.311, almost 2/10 behind Jojo Hellberg with a 12.118. Rob Grice, the 16, rolling up to the ready line is the 0 of Drew Crenshaw. 14, Davey Hamilton Jr., again coming out on the racetrack, and Tommy Nichols out of Florida in the 55, going to round out this group.
2:57 is the time on the clock. Hard cut at 3 p.m. for practice with the winged sprint cars here at the Bullring. I believe this will be the last group. It doesn't look like any more cars lining up in the chute as push trucks are going to start to give these machines push around the racetrack to get them fired off. And we talked about it. Davey Hamilton in this group sits 6th fastest overall. Best time, a 12.423. Obviously, some different weather happening now, so we will see how that affects their time.
So Tommy Nichols, who's making his first Open Wheel Showdown appearance, is no stranger to traveling the country to run on the pavement in sprint car action. Fellow Floridian J.J. Dutton, Davey Hamilton Jr., now residing in Florida as well, running with the Southern Shootout Sprint Car Series for BG Products. Jeff Montgomery, we mentioned in that 33J, currently second quick. Davey Hamilton Jr., currently 6th quick, knocked outside of the top 5 of that session. The wing back into a more traditional angle of attack for this, what could be final session for Hamilton in practice number 1. DJ Lyons, the 22 car, is still trying to find some speed in the 22L, we should say, with 322s on the property. I'll make it the 22C. We've been saying it's DJ Lyons. We'll check here. I believe Corey Lockwood might be climbing behind the wheel of that 22 machine. Corey is another very experienced pavement sprint car racer from the Pacific Northwest area and from Idaho. Corey stepped away a little bit from the sport, came back, and I do believe that is Corey Lockwood's helmet in the 22 machine. So Corey Lockwood in the 22C going to be on the racetrack is Rob Grice, fellow Meridian Speedway regular behind him. In the 16, Drew Crenshaw, the 0, and that is going to round things out for this second to last. Maybe still see 1 or 2 more cars pushing up for this first wing sprint car practice. Again, having 2 hours to try and tackle the racetrack.
Yeah, we talk about announcers' dream and 322 cars, and that's not the only number that we have that this year. As Davey Hamilton Jr. hops up to 2nd fastest overall with a time of 12.291. Still a 10th and a half difference between him and Jojo Hellberg with their time of 12.118 as Hamilton goes faster with a 12.235.
And Davey has not had a whole lot of luck this year. They've had multiple engines go south and would love nothing more than to try and take out a win here at his own race, the Open Wheel Showdown, as he laid down some pretty quick laps there the last time as he backs out of it with a 12.235. As you mentioned, Ashton, second quick. Jeff Montgomery really kind of rolling things into the 33J. Looks like he's got a fresh set of tires that they're trying to scuff in on that 33J, so not able to improve in his lap time department with a 12.311. Now sits in the third spot. Corey Lockwood again trying to find some speed in the 22C. Lockwood at 13.041, 25th quick in the DJ Lions usually driven number 22. So Lockwood getting ready to head into the pit area as well as the rest of this group. Rob Grice, 29th quick with the 13.256 for the 16. As the 94W rolling out of the racetrack, Jeff Wade, the British Columbia racer, and Monty Bergner in the 12B with the 15 of Eric Humphreys, who mentioned guys trying to find some speed. Eric is currently outside of the top 10, 13th quick. His best lap time for the 15, a 12.676, and rolling out without the hood on the 15 machine, so playing with something in the engine department. Ron Larson in the 12 looks to be the final car to roll out onto the Speedway. And by the looks of things, I do not see any more wings, maybe, unless they stack in one or two more on us here at the tail end of practice, as again, getting down towards the time crunch limit before we roll out with the mods. Can see the mods already getting lined up for their first session. They only have a 30-minute session to try and get a feel for the racetrack here, as Eric Humphreys is going to fire off in the 15.
Only 4 cars so far out on the racetrack, and I believe that's all we will have for this last session of practice. Push trucks starting those sprint cars off. Yellow flag still in the air. Track's really coming in, getting faster, and it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, we'll see if they push him onto the racetrack. The 41 car of Tyler Rohrig in the chute as well. We'll see if he gets added to this list, as we had one pull off in the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, I believe that was Eric Humphreys, possibly just a push to fire for the 15. As we mentioned, they did have the hood off, so trying to get the car to fire up so that they can play with something underneath the hood. The 15 car of Eric Humphreys as the green flag waves for the 3 cars that remain on the racetrack in this practice group. Monty Bergner in the 12B trying to, again, jump up the order. Currently 33rd quick in the speed department, 13.316. Jeff Wade directly behind him in 34th with a 13.386. As Ron Larson in the 12, 30th quick, 13.274, his best lap time. Tommy Nichols going to get knocked back down a few positions, as well as Natalie Waters. Is Jeff Wade 28th quick, Ron Larson 27th with a 13.135. Both those racers trying to get themselves inside of at least the top 25 and into the 12-second zone around the Bullring. Ron Larson jumping up to 13th, 12.668.
Ron Larson with an impressive lap there. Adds another sub-13 lap with a 12.890, but 12.668 still his fastest time as the white flag is flown on this practice session.
So checkered flag waves off of turn number 4 is Monty Bergner coming by the start-finish line. Monty, 29th quick for the 12B. As coming by the start-finish line, again, Ron Larson in the 12, jumping up to the 13th position. As we search to see where the 94W of Jeff Wade finishes off practice, going to be a 13.056, 27th quickest for the 94W, the gray and black and orange machine. Is 2 more cars sneaking up in the chute here to roll out onto the racetrack. Going to be the 41, Tyler Rohrig, who currently sits firmly inside of the top 5. 5th quick, 12.373. Tyler's best lap time with Drew Crenshaw in the 0, the second car to roll up behind Tyler Rohrig.
Looks like these are going to be the only 2 cars, and we keep saying it, but it looks like this will be the last practice session here for the sprint cars for right now, at least. And like we've said, they had 2-hour block to come out and practice their cars, and up next will be the modifieds, and then sprint cars are back out on track one more time for an additional 2-hour practice session, followed by the super modifieds hit the track for the first time this evening, and the modifieds close it out with an hour practice session. So still lots of exciting action to come up here later on tonight at the Bullring.
So Drew Crenshaw fired, Tyler Rohrig fired, and Ashton was mentioning the view that we have here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway in the Bullring. There is plenty going on around the facility. They got the Duel in the Desert over at the dirt track. They've got the SCUSA Super Nationals for karting that is happening that we can see out of the announcer's booth window. Also, Nellis Air Force Base, the end of the runway right across the street, so you're getting an air show as well if you are here in attendance at the Bullring and the BitNile.com Open Wheel Showdown here for the second consecutive year, second time that we've had this great race, as Tyler Rohrig comes to the green flag, trying to improve in the lap time department. Trying to jump up a little bit further inside of that top 5. Drew Crenshaw is still searching for some speed in the 0-40th quick, 13.962, Drew's best lap time. As Tyler Rohrig, still solid in the lap time department, 12.473, running exactly a 10th back of his best lap time from earlier on in the practice session. As again, the shadow is getting a little bit darker. And how about third quick for Rohrig, 12.303 for the 41.
Looks like the Zero car having a little bit of trouble in turns 3 and 4. A couple more laps here for him to be able to figure it out as he win his fastest time, 13.921. Tyler Rohrig absolutely ripping around this racetrack. Fastest time, a 12.303. And his most recent time being a 12.483. So very consistent for Tyler Rohrig. Wouldn't expect anything less. White flag displayed on this last group. Maybe I see some more sprint cars in the chute.
I thought it was going to be third time's a charm. We're running it to the clock. There's still a few more as, again, we trickle through the last little bit of practice. As Drew Crenshaw coming across the line takes the checkered flag in the 0 machine, and the 41 of Tyler Rohrig, again, jumping up to the third spot in that 41 car with a 12.303. We'll take you through the top 5 one more time. Jojo Hellberg with a 12.118. Davey Hamilton Jr. a 12.235. Tyler Rohrig in third. Jeff Montgomery fourth. And Cody Swanson rounds out your top 5 with last year's winner of the Open Wheel Showdown, just shy of the top 5, Aaron Willison in 6. Is just before modified action. Going to take a little bit of a step aside here, take a break in the action. Again, turn you over to the sounds of the Bullring here for the final few cars as they continue to come out at the tail end of the sprint car practice session. Ahead of the modifieds, hitting the track for the first time this weekend for their 30-minute session to open things off. So back here at the Open Wheel Showdown, Modified's first few groups have hit the racetrack. Sam Jack's hometown experience paying off for the 29 machine by the looks of things, currently at the top of the timing charts. 15.253. Peyton Saxton behind the wheel of the 25 car, another former Bullring track champion, regular here that has jumped into a modified. He's been running Legends primarily the last few years, currently in the number 2 spot. Eric Reed, former Magic Valley Speedway track champion of the 66. He was interviewed with Ralph Sheen Speed Sport earlier on to cover the modified portion of the program. 15.427 behind him. Jason Qualley in the 12, another racer from the Idaho region in that 12 machine. Nick Gibson directly behind him in the 11G, rounding out your top 5 as the next group rolling out onto the racetrack. Field comes by, 24 machine, the 24A, that is Scott Winters. Shelby Strobel is going to be in the 24. The 02 coming by the start-finish line, Brian Collins, number 92 car. Again, your racer coming from Grand Prairie, Alberta, Mike Clark, making the longest tow out of any modified competitor for this weekend as the green flag waves on this next group of cars. Again, all trying to knock off the 29 as Sam Jacks at the top of the qualifying order. We should say practice order. Shelby Strobel, 17th quick. Gets knocked back down to 18th quick as Scott Winters, the 24A, 14th with a 15.710. Scott won multiple track championships throughout California, multiple tour wins in that 24A, the red Ferrari Farms machine, the 59 coming by the start-finish line right now. We touched on Charlie Wilson from Penrose, Colorado, one of the Colorado competitors, runs regularly at the Colorado National Speedway. Darren Robertson also in this group, the 48R, 29th quick at the moment. Chris Cook back in the 30th position at an 18.350.
Charlie Wilson also out on the racetrack right now in that 59 machine. Charlie racing alongside his son, CJ, made the long haul from Colorado here. I talked to Charlie a little bit earlier on. He's been here to the Bullring, but he said it was about 12 years ago, so not sure how much he remembers. He currently sits in the 22nd position overall, so he's got some room to make up. And the fastest overall in this group so far is Scott Winters in the 24A. 15.299 fastest so far.
Donovan Barr, the 9B, the Speed Tour modified champion, also cracking the top 5 with a 15.359. Rich Lindgren in the 27L, the black, orange, and white Lindgren Racing Machine coming by the start-finish line, 15.400. Scott Winters, the 24A, 15.266. Currently sits behind Sam Jacks, who was out in the previous session. Sam at the top of the order is Scott Winters, again going up to the number 2 spot. As Shelby Strobel going up behind Scott into third at 15.291 as the checkered flag waves for this group in modified practice.
The O2 wasting no time to get off the racing surface and back to their pit area to put some final touches on that racing machine as they currently sit 25th overall. That is Brian Collins with the fastest time of 16.189. Little over a second, or a little under a second off of the rest of the field as the next group is making their way out on the racetrack, led by that red number 1 machine. And I believe that's going to be Jimmy Petrie.
Cool to see the kind of local flavor, too, that the modifieds being added to the program has here at the Open Wheels Showdown. As quite a few Vegas Bullring regulars getting their chance to go for a big payday, courtesy of the folks at Klotz for stepping up there as well for $5,000 to win in a 75-lap main event coming up on the Saturday of the Open Wheels Showdown. Modifieds will also have heat race action coming up tomorrow night here at the Bullring to try and set their field, which, again, almost 40 cars on the property. It's going to be at a premium to try and make their way into the field and get themselves locked in for that main event.
We talked about it all day, how important qualifying is, but if it is important for any of these ones, it is for the modifieds, as the top 8 will immediately go to heat race number 1. So top 8 from qualifying immediately into heat race number 1. And they will then draw for their order for heat race 1. And that will set the front 4 rows for the 75-lap feature. So the top 8 is where you want to be as green flag conditions out on the racetrack. And these 8 cars are going to take a couple more laps as the practice session time is winding down, all still trying to catch the top 3 of Sam Jacks, Scott Winters, and Peyton Saxton.
So yeah, we should mention now that Race Monitor is updated a little bit. Is Peyton Saxton going up to 6 in the 25, Jason Qualley in the 12, 10th quick, 11G, Nick Gibson on track as well. Make that previously on the racetrack, currently outside, just outside of the top 10. Kyle Jacks in the 41 leads the way as we had Race Monitor update itself. So Sam Jacks back in second with the 2 Jacks family members and Bullring regulars at the top of the timing charts with Eric Reed back in the 3rd position. Kyle Jacks a 15.167 leads the way. 15.196 set by Sam Jacks in the 29, a winner in the Spears Manufacturing Modified Tour earlier on in this year. Kyle Jacks in the 41, 4 wins this season at the Bullring, is trying to find, again, a little bit of clear racetrack to run with. Jimmy Petrie, we mentioned his family's storied history at the Bullring. 57K coming by the start-finish line right now. That is piloted by Kylie Cohn out of Ukiah, California. Kylie, a graduate of Legends competition, is running the modified for the last few years. Is a 24 also in this group. Currently 8th for the 24G, Nathan Gasser, the Colorado National Speedway champion for 2024, trying to step his way up as Lynn Hardy in the 4. The last car in this group that we haven't introduced, Lynn finding themselves up into the 10th position with a 15.487 as checkered flag waves. This next group in modified practice, again getting a half-hour session to kick things off, and then having an hour session at the tail end of tonight's practice right after the super modified session to round things out for practice day/night for the opening day of the Open Wheel Showdown here at the Las Vegas Bullring. And again, still Kyle Jacks at the top with a 15.167. Has some smoke from the 4, Lynn Hardy, right as the 4 machine pulled off the racetrack. Tough break for Lynn, so hopefully maybe a line coming off, not a motor, something, maybe a leak, and they can get that back up and running and brought out for practice later on tonight. And qualifying and heat race action coming up tomorrow here at the Bullring is the next group getting lined up and ready to go. We'll have a quick check of the racetrack right now from the Las Vegas Speedway, Las Vegas Bullring safety team here, just making sure that no fluid has been laid down on the racing surface. So again, Kyle Jacks quickest, Sam Jacks in second, Peyton Saxton, the 25 sits in third with the 15.249, Eric Reed in the 66 in fourth with a 15.256, Scott Winters, the 24A, rounding out your top 5 with a 15.266.
Safety team getting a look at that racetrack, and the next group is going to roll out. So glad to see the Las Vegas Motor Speedway track crew is happy with how it looks, and they are led by the 29, the man we've talked about a lot. That is Sam Jacks. Followed behind him is the 11 car. We have 2 11 cars in the field, and they actually both sit right next to each other, but I believe that is the 11 of Jeff Longman.
Believe that's going to be Nick Gibson in that 11 car. Maybe it is Jeff Longman. We'll have to double check on that. As looks like the red flag being thrown as the safety team will retreat back into the infield. And again, the field coming to a stop. 79 car of Andrew Richardson out of Meridian, Idaho. The purple and white machine. 29 car rolling past the start-finish line now. That is the 29W, Zach Webster out of Utah. 22 machine, Aaron McMorrin. Multi-class, multi-time Vegas Bullring champion is Aaron McMorrin for the racer from right here in Las Vegas. Shelly Strobel back out on the racetrack in the 24 for the racer out of Kuna, Idaho. I believe that is the 11G, Nick Gibson on the racetrack. Nick, a former winner of the Idaho 200 late model race at the State Line Speedway just over the Idaho border, just a few hours outside of Spokane, Washington. Pretty experienced racer when it comes to running super late models and pro late models. Also a very experienced racer when it comes to running modifieds as well. That is kind of the odd class out when it comes to that. So Nick dusting off the modified, getting some laps in here this evening with the open wheel showdown is Brian Reed, another Las Vegas Bullring regular in the 14X, rounding out this group.
Green flag out on the racetrack. The 24 going to be the first one around. We'll see what these drivers can put down as we are a little over 13 minutes into this modified practice session number 1. 6 cars out on the racing surface right now, hoping to do something. The 24G of Nathan Gasser puts down a little bit of a rough time with a 19.204, so has a little bit of ground to make up there.
So again, working our way through the field there is Kyle Jacks. Still quickest, as we mentioned, is Andrew Richardson trying to get up to speed, trying to find a line to run in. The 29W, Zach Webster. About the start-finish line, Zach trying to crack his way inside of at least the top 20, currently in 21st with a 15.763. So Webster now cleared the 79er Richardson. Richardson going to settle in, trying to click off a few quick laps as the 14X, Brian Reed, coming by the start-finish line. Brian getting down a little bit in the order for that 14X machine, currently 17th with a 15.576. Looking for a little bit more speed for that machine.
The 22 machine broke into the top 10 as well. Currently sits 7th overall, the fastest time of 15.296. And just as I say that, the 24G also up into the top 10, sits in 10th with the fastest time of 15.392.
So checkered flag getting ready to fly as the field making its way off at turn number 4 towards the tail end of this first modified practice session. And again, they're going to have the chance to come back out a little bit later on tonight when the sun is set. Track conditions have cooled down and still pretty much unchanged in the top 5 department. Still Kyle Jacks, Sam Jacks, Peyton Saxton, Eric Reed, Scott Winters from the previous groups. At the top of the practice order, Shelby Strobel in the 24, 15.291. Currently sits in the 6th position. As again, getting ready for this next group of cars to roll back out on the racetrack. Peyton Saxton leads the charge as everybody else pretty much hot lapping their way onto the speedway. The 11, Jeff Longman, Utah racer, second in line with the 75 on track behind him. Robbie Klutz from right here in Vegas. Number 9B, Donovan Barr from Nampa, Idaho, the Speed Tour Modified champion, as we mentioned, regular between Meridian Speedway and Magic Valley Speedway. 27 car, Ian Elliott out of California. With the 1, Jimmy Petrie, Henderson, Nevada racer. And the 18, rounding out this group, Ed Vecchiarelli from Brighton, Colorado, with a main event win earlier this year at the Colorado National Speedway. Very experienced racer in the state of Colorado, as well as Ed Vecchiarelli Jr., who's also going to be coming up a little bit later on in the 48. The 2020 Colorado NASCAR state champion. Father and son duo is the green flag waves for this next group of modifieds. Again, getting up to the halfway point, just past the halfway point, and the allotted time for this practice session, just over 15 minutes in the books.
Laps starting to click away. And we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but It's really extreme now. The shadows over the front stretch here have also started to creep into turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, so that's going to play in effect as well. And right after this practice session, the sprint cars will be back out on track for 2 more hours, as well as the supermods will be rolling through tech as, the 75 goes around in turn 4, and the 9 car just barely misses it, so they are going to have the caution flag come out on the racetrack. It looks like the 75 is going to have no significant damage, just a self-spin out. He's going to pull into the infield.
So race monitor updating for us up here in the tower. We had a little bit of a freeze for that, so we'll update you time-wise on how things stand now after that last group is on track. Still Kyle and Sam Jacks at the top. Shelby Strobel in the 24 was able to go up to the 3rd position with the 15.249. Peyton Saxton in the 25, who is on the racetrack as we speak, currently sits in 4th with the 15.249. Eric Reed now holding down the final spot in the top 5 with a 15.256. Aaron McMorrin in the 22 at a 15.262, and 6. Scott Winters back to 7th. Ed Vecchiarelli Jr., who is also currently out of the race, or senior, I should say, who is also currently out of the racetrack, a 15.351. Don Barr in the 9B in 9th with a 15.359, and Nick Gibson rounding out your top 10 in the 11G with a 15.380.
The car we just saw spin in turn 4 was Robbie Klutz, so unfortunate for the 75 car. He did pull off the racing surface, and the track crew here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway is going to take a quick look at the track to make sure everything is all good before they go back green flag racing.
So looks like Robbie back up and running now in the 75 car as he makes his way into turns 1 and 2. Again, one of the Vegas regulars, unfortunately, just getting a little too eager in the throttle coming off of turn number 4. Looked like it just kicked the tail out and did a lazy spin, and everybody else doing a good job of avoiding that 75 car. Stopped in turn number 4 as the green flag waves once again on this group, and still a very full chute of modifieds here for the open wheel showdown, and again, almost 40 cars on the entry list. So stacked field of cars with Spears Manufacturing modified tour regulars from all sorts of West Coast, Rocky Mountain region tours, even a racer from up in Alberta coming back down and trying to knock off a few quick laps here in the final little bit of this session.
Kyle Jacks still fastest overall as the one machine pulls off of the racing surface, and looks like the 75's running totally fine now. Peyton Saxton goes to the top of the board with a 15.144.
So Peyton up on the wheel, and he knows how to get around in a variety of different race cars at this venue. That is going to round things out for this group. So it's now Peyton Saxton in the 25 at the top with a 15.144. Kyle Jacks now knocked back down to 2nd. Sam Jacks 3rd. Shelby Strobel in the 24 in 4th. Eric Reed rounding out your top 5. Ed Vecchiarelli in the 18 8th quick at a 16.114. As the final few cars making their way back into the pit area, we'll wait for the next group to roll out onto the racetrack after, again, a just quick check of the track surface, having some of our officials able to get into the infield to allow them to cross safely. And when we were talking that the Modifieds, the latest addition to the program here at the Open Wheels Showdown, it's so cool to see them here and a part of the program. And again, such a great car count, really showing the support for this event coming up on their first Open Wheels Showdown, as everybody else having their second time to visit the Bullring here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Yeah, we have guys from all over in this division. Lots of native guys to Las Vegas who might necessarily know this track. But then you have the outside competition coming in. Some California guys, a lot of guys from Utah. Talked to lots of guys from Colorado in the pits area earlier. And we also have, a driver all the way from Canada who made the long haul down here this weekend to race in the modified division. And I believe that might be it for the modified practice. We will see what they say in just a couple moments, but I believe sprint cars will be rolling in just a moment.
So pretty much every modified competitor getting 2 cracks at heading out on the racetrack in that 30-minute session. So getting through the program there is, again, continuing to work through the practice day here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And thanks again to everybody joining us on YouTube and Facebook for tuning in throughout the entirety of the practice with, again, sprint car sessions still to come, super modifieds. And the modifieds, again, back for their second session to round out the evening. Is track going to go a little bit quiet here, and we'll get ready for whatever next is coming up onto the racetrack in the Open Wheel Showdown schedule, again brought to us by BitNile.com, stepping up to be the presenting sponsor of the second annual Open Wheel Showdown at the Bullring at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Well, back with sprint cars here at the Open Wheel Showdown as kind of view out of the announcer's booth here at the Bullring of the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, practicing a little air show action as well as they streak overhead. But the action on the racetrack is another 2-hour session for your sprint car competitors to try and get their best lap in and try and get a feel for the racetrack. As the top five after the final session was JoJo Hellberg at the top with the 12.118, Davey Hamilton Jr. in second with a 12.235, Tyler Rohrig, the 41, in third with a 12.303, Jeff Montgomery, the 33J, in fourth with a 12.311, and Cody Swanson rounding out your top five with a 12.320. As we turn our attention to the cars on track currently with the 17 heading into turn number one.
Yes, that is Mike McGurdio. Did I say that one right? There we go. We also have the 24 of William Ginn out on the racing surface, joined by the 8 of Brad Auman and the 8A of Anthony Offit. Also, last year's winner, 14W, Aaron Willison, and the green flag is out. Also out on the racing surface, I believe, is the 92 of Casey Tillman.
So that'll round out the first group for session number 2. Field continuing to make its way around the racetrack. Aaron Willison straight to the top with a 12.651. Casey Tillman second quick with a 12.731. Mike McGurdio in the 17, a 12.971. Brad Auman up to third, 12.842 for the 8 machine.
Third lap for Aaron Wilson's even faster with a 12.324, still sits top of the board. And we talked about it earlier on. It's really going to play a factor for these guys as this is the second time they've been out on the racing surface. Track's different. The weather's changed, definitely gotten a little bit cooler. So that's going to affect the track as the 24 car pulls into the infield and the white flag is displayed.
So problems there for Willie Ginn is, as you mentioned, Ashton, track cooling off. Time should be coming down as well as more rubber being laid onto the racing surface as well. McGurdio in the 17, third quick at the moment with the 12.692. Willie Ginn had problems again. We mentioned the 24G pulls into the infield with the 13.295. Aaron Willison, a 12.324, currently heading up the order in the 14W with Casey Tillman in second on the time charts with the 12.417. Again, quickest lap that we saw in the last session was Jojo Hellberg's 12.118. As Willison's lap would have put him sixth quick in the previous session with that 12.324. So it'll be Natalie Waters first to roll onto the racetrack. Natalie getting another stab at things and really trying to improve time-wise for Waters as she was kind of mired in the mid-30s to high 20s. As 24th in that final practice session was where she wound up after laying down a lap in the final group that she was in. Audra Cicelli in the 77. And the 68 of Mike Anderson is looks like 3 cars making the call up for this session. And they're going to get the yellow flag and yellow lights to flash on, signal to the push trucks to fire off the 3 cars that we have in this group in this next session. I think what you'll see is a few racers electing to wait until the track cools down a little bit and is fully enveloped in shade before they come out onto the racetrack now that they have the data from what the car is going to do in the heat of the day. But, of course, racing during the evening hours and early evening into the cool of the night here in Las Vegas with a very hefty temperature change coming up tomorrow and Saturday.
Yeah, you just mentioned that. Opening ceremony is tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. It's right around 4 o'clock right now, so although they would have already qualified before that heat racing action will happen around this time tomorrow, but then Saturday, Invocation and National Anthem will take place at 1:30 p.m., so the earlier practice session will be more of a ballpark as to how those cars will react for the earlier events, the B, C main, so lots of things to add to their notebooks for tonight. As we saw one car pull off of the racing surface and off into the pits just trying to get some heat into that engine, and the 77 of Audra Cicelli is going to get a 13.437 for her first lap. And Natalie Waters having a little bit of trouble there in 3 and 4. She's going to log a time of 13.563.
Natalie went through 2 rear ends in the one car last year here at the Open Wheels Showdown and still logging laps, still trying to get a feel for this racetrack, which might look a little bit smaller when you're watching it at home, but we've already heard from multiple competitors that once they got out here, they realized just how big this racetrack race is. Of course, the lap average for the track record at 116 miles per hour, carrying some serious speed around the Bullring. Is Audrey Cicelli going to get the white flag? She is currently third in the timing order with a 12.648. Natalie Waters still a little bit of work to do to try and get into the 12-second zone at 13.031 that last time by for the one car.
Natalie Waters been off running lots of different things in all facets of motorsports. So hopping back into a wing sprint car might be a challenge for her this weekend. She currently sits 6th overall as the practice session has just begun. In the 77 machine in 3rd. Erin Willison still top of the board with a 12-3-2-4 as this practice session is concluded, and we will roll the next one in just a moment.
So again, Natalie Waters in that one car is still very early on in her racing career, but very experienced when it comes to open wheel racing. Was a midget champion with the Rocky Mountain Midgets. Of course, got her start at the now defunct Rocky Mountain Raceways just outside of Salt Lake City, and made the move up a few years ago into winged pavement sprint car competition, and has been steadily plucking away in the speed department and trying to work her way up the results department, as well as she's put in some solid efforts with the Speed Tour sprint cars, which she primarily runs at, which is now at the closest racetrack to her, Magic Valley Speedway in the state of Idaho, as well as Meridian Speedway. Is Troy DeCara getting ready to lead this next group onto the racetrack. Troy, as we mentioned, with that P1 chassis that they're working to develop for the racer from Tampa Bay, Florida, multiple-time Tampa Bay Area Racing Association champion, must-see racing champ as well, auto value bumper-to-bumper super sprints winner, and pretty much if it has been on pavement and has been a major race in the Midwest and down south region, Troy DeCara has put his name on the winner's trophy. With the 29 back out onto the racetrack, Jake Trainer about 4 sessions into his wing pavement sprint car career and was inside of the top 10 in the last practice session, the 2-hour allotted time.
We also see the 42 car of Jason Blonde. We talk about him as well. Such a long resume in the open wheel, specifically sprint car community. We also see the 6 car, which is a Gossel car, and I believe that's CJ Leary behind the wheel of that machine.
It is CJ. Of course, the Leary family have been running sprint cars for many, many years, and CJ is a force to be reckoned with in USAC competition across all 3 national divisions. Is TJ Sneva in the 64 and Kevin Newton in the 16K, I believe, being scored as this weekend. Is Kevin going to get fired off and ready to go? And pretty much if it's an open wheel race car on dirt or pavement at some point, Kevin has tried his hand at running it. Has seen him in non-wing sprint car competition with the USAC, seen him in wing sprint car competition with the World of Outlaws, as well as high limit racing, and now trying wing pavement sprint car racing in that Y-Song chassis for the neon yellow and blue machine for Honest Abe Roofing.
Couple caution laps before the green flag is displayed, and just as I say that, the green flag is going to come out and lights are going to go off for the 1 to go signal for the 6 cars out on the racing surface right now. We got a lot of stars in this group, and the green flag flies.
Jake Trainer with a corner of the nose taped off in the 29, maybe getting set to do some mock qualifying laps. See how that car shakes out. CJ Leary, who's again still getting back up to speed on wing pavement sprint car racing. He has run obviously on the dirt side of things as well with a wing on it, but entirely different animal when it comes to the pavement side of things. Brian Gossel, though, helping to guide CJ through what has so far been lap time department minimal learning experience for the 6Gs. He goes up to 7th on his one of his opening laps around the Bullring. Is Troy DeCara still taking things easy, trying to find a place to run in the 1 car as they sort through that new chassis.
Jake Trainer fastest in this group so far, 2nd overall with 12.413. CJ Leary 2nd fastest for this group in 4th overall with a time of 12.527. 3 laps into their 6-lap session, so still some time for some guys to click off some more laps here. Jason Blonde sits 6th overall, fastest time 12.654. Every single lap within that 12.6 range so far, so great consistency for the 42 machine, and the white flag is out as the 1 machine is slow on the inside of the racetrack.
Again, Troy DeCare just making sure everything's broken in on that race car as the checkered flag waves. Field comes by the start-finish line. Jason Blonde still searching for a little bit more speed out of that 42 car. 12.649 for the sixth quickest in this practice session. Again, still plenty of time for these racers to head out onto the racetrack. 16 minutes elapsing since the start of the session. Jake Trainer, 12.379, quick learner in anything he climbs behind the wheel of. Of course, mentioned first winged sprint car start. He has winged pavement midget experience with the NEMA pavement midget series that runs back east. And, of course, that's where he kind of made the step up to non-wing sprint car competition, the Little 500, which he won in his first ever start that we've mentioned on multiple occasions throughout practice.
Next group rolling out onto the racetrack, led by the 50M machine of Cody Swanson, and right next to him a guy who is typically a competitor of Cody's. They battle against each other in lots of different forms of racing, and last year's runner-up for the sprint car feature here at the Open Wheel Showdown, Bobby Santos III.
Bobby in the 22A is again was inside of the top 10 in the last practice session after the end of the 2 hours. And trying to find himself at least up inside of the top 5, and again setting yourself inside of the top 12 as we look towards tomorrow. It's going to put you in a good spot to try and make your way through the field. As with everybody who is fast kind of starting up towards the head of the pack, it is going to be very difficult if you have a rough qualifying time or a rough dash tomorrow night to try and make your way up and get yourself a $50,000 payday. As Corey Lockwood, by the looks of things, going to be the first car to fire in the 22C. Darren Yates, the number 91. Again, a new race car that they showed up with. Did not have a whole lot of laps on it. Is Darren's car firing off, going into turn number 3. Still trying to pluck away at the setup. Was around 25th quick in the opening session. Kind of hung out around there. Bobby Santos, not a whole lot to pick away at the 22A is the DG Racing gang. They are a force to be reckoned with anytime they show up, whether it's got a wing on it or non-wing car. Of course, Bobby also running USAC Silver Crown this year and has been a winner in that division. Former NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour champion. Again, if it's open wheel and on pavement, Bobby Santos III has probably one in it and will look to go one spot better come Saturday than what he did in 2024. Still ran a very strong second place. Tommy Nichols in the 55 directly behind him. One of the racers with the longest toe from Florida coming up in that 55 machine to make his Open Wheel Showdown debut is the one to green sign being given from up in the Open Wheel Showdown flag stand.
14 drivers have clicked times off so far. We'll add these 6 to the group as well. 2 we saw earlier on were very fast. We'll see if they can break their way into the top 5 or even beat the fast time so far. The 14W of Aaron Willison with 12.324 laps starting to click off here. First lap for Darren Yates, 13.673. Tommy Nichols goes with a 13.250. Bobby Santos with 12.869.
And Cody Swanson straight to the top by just over 1/100th of a second. Make that almost 2/10 as he goes quicker still. 12.153 would have put him second quick in the order in the first session, just behind JoJo Hellberg, and only the second car that we have seen of the 12.1s. So a 12.153, a 12.157 last time by for Swanson, who's catching some traffic directly in front of him, is Bobby Santos fifth quick with a 12.460 for the 22A.
Cody Swanson always so strong every single time he hits that racetrack, trying a different line there. The white flag is out a little bit slower that time for Swanson with a 12.753, as well as Bobby Santos with a 13.107. Checkered flag is out. No real movement going around here. Darren Yates sits in the 15th position. Tommy Nichols in the 11th position. We talked about Cody Swanson, top of the board, and also Bobby Santos, 5th fastest in this group as well.
So the cars will head off the racetrack, get ready for the next group to roll out. Already rolling on to the back straight. That is Davey Hamilton Jr. He's going to head up that group. As J.J. Dutton also was in that session. Did not mention J.J., but still trying to pick up the speed in the 86 car, get a little bit more comfortable with this racetrack. Is again mentioning how fast this place races and how it races like a track that's maybe a little bit bigger, like a half mile or something around that size, but quite a big speed factor and closing rates, trying to get used to that for some of these racers that are used to running on smaller tracks, and it might take a few sessions for that to get back up to speed. So Davey Hamilton Jr., again, the first car to roll out, 41, Tyler Rohrig alongside of him. Tyler finished the first session that we had earlier today, third quick with the 12.303. Ron Larson in the 12 finished off the last session in 13th for the racer from Quesnel, British Columbia, Canada. Fellow British Columbian and fellow Canadian Randy Price from Cobble Hill, British Columbia, Canada. Randy's son, Robbie Price, formerly ran with the World of Outlaws with Jason Sides Motorsports, has been running on the West Coast, picked up a NARC sprint car win, NARC 410 Series win at the Willamette Speedway in Lebanon, Oregon earlier on this year. 02, Randy Dubois behind the wheel of that 02 car. Strange to see Randy not in his familiar 7D. Randy was here last year, crashed out on the front straight, and the only big one of the event where we had at least 7 or 8 cars knocked out in a front straight collision in the B-Main last year. And Brian Wharf, who was right up at the top of the time charts in the earlier session today in the 91, going to round out this group. As again, another quick check of the front straight here as we wait for the go-ahead. Looks like the truck's going to roll back into the infield, and we'll get set to push off the field on the back straight for this practice group.
Talked about it there for just a second, but when I was walking through the pits earlier talking to a lot of the drivers, a lot of them are coming back this year with redemption in mind, not necessarily, how they wanted their first showing here at the Open Wheel Showdown to go, so hopefully better runs for them this year. I don't think you mentioned him. We also have the 41 of Tyler Rohrig out in this group, who was in the top 3 in the first practice session with a time of 12.303. So we'll see if he can top that time right now. Only one driver faster than that in this group, and that is Cody Swanson. So we'll see what Rohrig can lay down in this group. Number 2 is a safety truck. Still looking at something in between turns 1 and 2. But it looks like they're going to pull back down, and hopefully we'll get pushing in just a second.
And the racetrack almost completely enveloped in shade as the safety truck will pull in to the infield, but the final strands and rays of sunlight kind of cascading their way in the back straight and going into turn number 3 as the track will be fully enveloped in shade coming up in a little bit. And again, going to try and see the times tumble down, and compared to practice last year where pretty much everybody was stuck in that 12-second zone, we didn't see any 11s until qualifying. Now already getting towards that 11-second time zone with a 12.118 being the best lap that we saw earlier on in the session previous to this one with JoJo Hellberg. Cody Swanson already running a 12.153, stepping up from the 12.320 that he ran in the first practice session for the 50M.
I wouldn't be surprised if we also start to see some more of these guys putting their stickered tires on to see how those run for this weekend as well. Like we said, they had that tire selection process earlier on, but they can run any tires today. It doesn't have to be the ones that they are running this weekend. Green flag is out for this group. 6 cars out on the racing surface, just over 17 minutes into this second group of practice for the wing sprint cars.
So Davey Hamilton Jr., the 14, leading the charge as they come down the start-finish line straight is Ronnie Larson in the 12, trying to hot shoe that machine around the speedway. Cody Swanson again still with the time to beat. Aaron Willison sitting in second. Hamilton Jr. in the 14, trying to get that car wound up and up the order just a little bit.
Junior goes to 14th. Like you said, 12.821. We also see Rohrig jump up to 8th with a 12.539 on just lap number 2. And just as I said that, Rohrig up to 6th and Hamilton Jr. up to 7th.
So Hamilton Jr. continuing to climb up the field, 12.345 that time by. Third quick for the 14 machine as the white flag waves coming off of turn number 4. Second quick now to 12.238, continuing to click off some fast laps for Davey Hamilton Jr. as Brian Wharf up to third with a 12.295, continuing to show some significant speed from the 91 as a checkered flag waves. Off of turn number 4 is Randy Price getting out of the throttle, currently 16th in the time charts. Tyler Rohrig 7th in the 41. Davey Hamilton Jr., his best lap on the last lap, 12.233 for the 14, second behind Cody Swanson.
Two drivers in that group broke in to the top 5 and one just outside in the 7th position, as we've now had 26 cars take times around the Bullring for this second group of practice tonight. So we talked about it, 4 hours for the wing sprint cars tonight, but tomorrow they only get 6 laps each before they have to run their 2-lap qualifying process. So totally different mindset that these drivers are going to have going into practice tomorrow.
It is, and really the practice tomorrow is just going to be a shakedown run for qualifying, make sure that everything's good to go. This is why these drivers are taking advantage of so much practice time here on Thursday, is when we get into tomorrow and Saturday, that practice time is going to pretty much completely evaporate, and you're going to have to try and make your way through the show with, again, only a few laps in the books, as Jojo Hellberg in the 7, still with the quickest lap of the day with a 12.118. First car to roll out that black number 7 machine for the racer out of California, the 22 of Richie Larson. Alongside of him, the 22L, Rob Grice in the 16. The 2S, that is going to be the 2S machine rolling out onto the racetrack. Seen him out already in one session. Michael Finelli behind the wheel of the 2S. We finally find Michael's name. I knew it was in there somewhere. 0 of Drew Crenshaw. And the number 6 machine climbing back behind the wheel of a sprint car in the 6. And Brad Knopfsinger from Concord, North Carolina. Former West Coast guy. Won the USAC CRA championship. Well, it was just the CRA back then. Now that came back after the SCRA through the 90s, as the CRA kind of went away, but former CRA champion, I believe, 1987, 1988, right at the tail end of the Ascot days. And also NASCAR Cup Series experience, and experience throughout a few of the different NASCAR touring divisions. I believe also into the Trucks and Busch Series as well. For Brad Knopfsinger in the 6N.
Busch Trucks going to start pulling off of the racing surface. And we've talked about it a little bit, but there's 13 push trucks here. That's quite the large amount. And, they had the opportunity to come and be a part of this event, and they've come from all over. So we appreciate all of the push truck drivers being here. Makes everyone's life a lot easier. It looks like the 2's going to need a little bit of extra help, and that is going to be Michael Finelli, who we talked about a little bit earlier on.
So Michael Finelli in the 2 car firing off, as you can see that he's got that machine back up and running and getting ready to go with Jojo Hellberg back and ready to go in the 7 car. Again, after 6 or 7 year layoff for the 7 machine of Hellberg, who kind of last ran with the King of the Wing National Series when they did their West Coast swing at Irwindale Speedway throughout the West Coast, Kern County, as well as Hellberg and the rest of this group getting the signal to wind them up off of turn number 4. So Jojo Hellberg getting his first few laps in the 7, currently 10th quick at a 12.543 as he still gets that machine wound up. Rob Grice in the 16. There's the tail end of the field with a 14 flat. Grice coming by, cracking into the 13-second zone as Knopfsinger way up by the wall in the 6G. Again, trying to find a hole to run in as the 22L of Richie Larson gets to his inside. A little bit of a close moment on the back straight. Drew Crenshaw with Hellberg closing in the 7. JoJo Hellberg, fourth quick. Looks like he is going to pull in line to try and get a little bit more of a clean racetrack. 12.315 for Hellberg. As Michael Finelli currently 25th. Richie Larson, the 22L, 26th quickest as the white flag waves. Hellberg looks like he's trying to crack off a few more quick laps towards the end of the session. He's going to get the checkered flag, comes across the start-finish line. And how about a 12.093? 1.2093, the first into the 12 O's for JoJo Hellberg, who goes straight to the top of this practice order ahead of Cody Swanson in the 50M.
You talked about it earlier on. We are inching closer and closer to breaking that sub-12 division, starting to click off lap times in the 11 seconds as JoJo goes to a 12.093. I wouldn't be surprised if we get into that 11-second range by the end of this 2-hour practice session, a little over 21 minutes, or maybe a little bit longer than that as my race monitor is frozen. Nope, 21 minutes on the dot. And the next group is going to roll out and is headlined by some guys we've seen out on this track before. Who do we got in this group?
So the 94W, that is going to be Jeff Wade, who came out of the tail end of the previous session in that 94W. 69, that is Trevor Anderson. 07, Ryan Litt, one of the quick cars that was kind of took his time in the last session. We didn't see Ryan out all that much. Now coming out right now again at the 07, was out, I believe, for two previous groups in session number 1 a little bit earlier on in the program. Mike Hathaway, the 27, one of the 360 competitors for the racer out of Colorado. Aaron Willison, the 14, who has been knocked back down to the 5th spot in that 14W with the 12.324. And Monty Bergener in the 12B, going to take his first stab out on the racetrack for session number 2 in that 12B machine. As your field getting ready to fire off, first 2 cars already rolling. Ryan Litt, again, winner with the Must-See Racing Gang, has run pavement wing sprint cars, non-wing sprint cars with USAC, as well as made multiple Little 500 starts, has also run in super modified competition. And Monty Bergner in that 12B, the racer out of Utah, one of 2 drivers from Utah, carrying on the Bergner family's tradition of open wheel racing. Trevor Anderson in the 69 with the pink numbers on the top wing to differentiate himself from team car Mike Anderson, as well as Drew Crenshaw.
All of the pace vehicles off, and they're given the 1 to go. Green flag on the 14 car. And just as I say that, green flag out for this practice session. We'll see what these drivers can do. I believe it's all of their first time out for this second group. And we see last year's previous winner out on the racetrack, 14.
It's again Aaron Willison, I believe the only one that has been out previously in this session in the 14W, as he comes by the start-finish line. And he is currently 5th quick, a 13.134 that last time, as he is kind of stuck in some traffic trying to get around Trevor Anderson. Once he does that, he's going to have some clean racetrack. Jeff Wade, the 94W, continuing to knock some laps off, currently 22nd quick for the 94W with the 13.001. As the 07, Ryan Litt, just outside of the top 5, 6th quick at a 12.356 for the 07.
Definitely seeing some struggles coming out of 2, as we have mentioned many times before. This racetrack changing a lot. The 69 machine clicking off laps, and they currently sit, maybe if I can find them.
Looking down the order again, 40 cars 40 cars to try and sort through here in the order as Trevor Anderson fortunately towards the tail end of that order in the 69 as the checkered flag waves. Come by the start-finish line for this group is, again, still more cars lined up and ready to go. The line stretches all the way back to the tail end of the pit area and all the way back to the sprint car pits as they have lined up through the chute. And we've got quite a few guys trying to take a stab at the racetrack now that it is pretty much completely in the shade and cooling off again, giving some indications as to what the race conditions are going to be like. Obviously, a little bit more rubber being laid down, and they're going to have a chance to race it out tomorrow in heat race action, dash action, as well as the main event come time on Saturday is the 91 Cody Ridge. Second-generation sprint car driver from Washington State, Dad Randy Ridge, a regular at the Skagit Speedway up in Alger, Washington. 45 minutes from the Canadian border. It's the 17, Mike Mergerdio, out for his second stab at the Speedway. 92, Casey Tillman, fellow Speed Tour sprint car regular and Idaho native. And the 92 is Casey. Last time he was here, he was running a 360. They've got a new 410 for this weekend. And Casey's been showing some early speed as he is currently 8th in the practice order with a 12.417. Kevin Schrammick in the 4S. Jake Traynor, the 29. Seeing Evan Marginson coming out on the racetrack in the 57 machine.
Couple of these drivers within the top 10, including the 29 machine of Jake Traynor in his first wing sprint car debut, as well as the 92 of Casey Tillman. Traynor sits 7th, Tillman sits 8th, so we'll see if they can improve on those. Maybe crack into the top 5 as we see the racetrack getting a little different than we saw. Jojo Hellberg still sits top of the board, though, the only one to break the 12-1 barrier.
So Evan Marginson, his first time on the racetrack in this second practice session in the 57, another racer who was in with a shot of a top 5 run last year, ran out of fuel in the 57 in the final segment, and Evan had to pull in from what was a third or fourth place run for the 57 car. So another racer that you'll be looking forward to try and head up the field here is already, though, seeing a extremely stacked lineup of competitors in the top 15 split even that we have seen here this weekend, and means that come qualifying tomorrow, we are in for a great weekend of racing. As the green flag flies for this group, Casey Tillman going to lead the charge off of turn number 4, the neon yellow, gray, pink, a few other colors, number 92 machine for the former Speed Tour sprint car champion.
One of the cooler paint schemes we see out here at the Bullring this weekend as Casey Tillman clocks off their first lap at a 12.537.
So Evan Marginson still trying to get the 57 wound up, 12.784 on his opening lap. Marginson comes by the start-finish line, still sitting in the 11th position, improves with a 12.522. Evan buzzed the tires before they got the signal to warm it up, trying to get some heat in them. Trying to get an idea of the grip as well in the racetrack is the 29 of Jake Traynor, kind of idling around the racetrack, just maybe trying to scrub in a set of tires, trying to find a spot to run. And yes, does look like he's got a sticker on the front of the 29 machine, so exactly what Jake's trying to do, trying to find a line to knock off a few faster-paced laps, but nothing that's really going to wear the tires too much. Is the white flag is already in the air. Mergerdio working his way around Schrammick. Mike in the 17, currently sits 16th quick, 12.692, 13.770, slowed up that last time by. As the 92, Casey Tillman, 12.208, is going to go up to third. So Tillman cracks the top 5, and the 92 car is showing some speed for the racer out of Idaho.
Lights back on around the racetrack, and that will wrap it up for this group. Casey Tillman goes third, like you said. Jake Traynor sits in 8th. Evan Marginson in 11th overall for that group. About 30 minutes into this group of qualifying, 40 cars have taken time so far as the next group is going to roll onto the racetrack.
So again, practice making its still making our way through practice here. There's still plenty of time for these drivers to come out onto the racetrack. Plenty of time for teams to make changes. Is already seeing cars out for their third sessions of the third groups rather of the second session. As teams continuing to try and make those final adjustments to find a few tenths, hundredths, and in some cases thousandths of a second to try and work their way up the order and get themselves set up for a solid Friday here for the Open Wheel Showdown. As we mentioned, only 6 laps of practice tomorrow. If you don't really hit the setup tonight, it is going to leave you in a little bit of a hole come tomorrow night as well as Saturday to try and dig yourself out of, as Natalie Waters back out on the racetrack. CJ Leary, the 6G, back onto the Speedway. Brian Gossel, who usually drives that car we mentioned, out with a little bit of an injury that he sustained over on the dirt side of things. And Brian's son, Austin, locked in a battle for the Rookie of the Year with the ASCS National Tour, which is why Austin is not here. JJ Dutton back out on the racetrack for his second Group 42. Jason Blonde still trying to find some speed in that 42 car. Haven't seen Jason up in the top half of the field where we were expecting him. As the 15 of Eric Humphreys, they're playing around with underneath the hood of the 15 car. Last session, Eric, another racer that we were expecting to be up at the top of the order, is also struggling a little bit for speed, and they're trying to get that dialed in. 91 Darren Yates, new race car, trying to get that dialed in. And Darren is a very experienced pavement sprint car racer. Again, a little bit of a layoff for him as well. We've seen some guys come back to the sport with the interest in the Open Wheel Showdown. Darren, about a 6-year layoff from his last pavement sprint car start, and back behind the wheel for fans in the Northwest, the familiar number 91.
We talked about it a little bit earlier on, but although these practice laps are just practice, as they say, they do set up the practice order for tomorrow. So you want to make sure that you are in a good group to put down the best time you can today, as the practice order tomorrow will go from slowest to fastest, which then will translate into your qualifying order, slowest to fastest. And obviously you want to be farther towards the end of that, make sure the racetrack is, a little worn in, a little has some heat into it, if you will. So these practice sessions are still important for setting up a good start for the rest of the weekend as well.
Kind of the opposite of dirt racing, where you want the early pill draw. In this situation, you want to go out towards the tail end of the session. One of the differences between pavement and dirt sprint car racing is everybody getting themselves wound up and hooked up and hauling around the Bullring. Is down the back straight they go.
Laps clicking off in this session, a little over halfway through. CJ Leary looking very strong, but still got some room to make up.
JJ Dutton just had a huge moment. The car pushed up right into the gray, and now is actually going to loop it around in turn number 3. So that kind of started coming off in turn number 2. JJ picking up a serious push in the 86 and getting up into the marbles, and then going into turn number 3, looping around that 86 machine to bring out the yellow flag in this session.
The Las Vegas Motor Speedway track crew going to get over, make sure the driver of that car is okay, as they have a push truck over there to assist him. And like I talked about right before, that race car went around. CJ Leary looking strong, but still's got some ground to make up. Sits 13th overall right now with the best time of 12.527. But the thing about CJ is he knows how to race. He might not necessarily have the best lap time or best qualifying time, but he knows how to race and race people clean. So that's going to come into his advantage, even if he doesn't necessarily qualify the best. We also talked about it earlier. You just need to break into the top 12 to get into the redraw. So, you know, that's where all of these guys are going to set their sights on.
So CJ Leary, we mentioned still like a lot of the non-wing competitors or USAC competitors that are used to non-wing racing has got a lot of experience running on the pavement side of things in terms of running a Silver Crown car, which obviously doesn't have the downforce, weighs a lot more, has a 360 in it. Has also run some non-wing stuff and trying to get up to speed in that white and red number 6G and trying to get up the order again is Ashton mentioned 13th at the moment, as winding them up once again. Eric Humphreys coming off turn number 4, the 15 car coming down the front straight. Eric going to jump up to 9th at a 12.420 for Eric Humphreys. As the white flag waving for this group, Humphreys coming by the start-finish line once again, 12.400, his best lap so far as the checkered flag flies for the rest of this group. Jason Blonde down in 14th, 12.551, and the car looks maybe a little bit on the tight side of things. Front end almost pushing around, and then the wing kind of catches it and drives the car off the corner. So Jason's still trying to get that car pointed in the right direction setup-wise and looking for it to try and jump up the order a little bit once they do get that number 42 machine sorted out.
Another race car that looks a little bit tight, especially in that last lap, is Natalie Waters. Just ended her practice session, 28th overall. Best time of 13 flat. So still got a little bit of room to make up. Another star-studded group lining up right now. We talk about heavy hitters, and there's quite a few of them in this next group here.
So Willie Ginn, who again had some problems, had to pull into the infield in the 24 in his first time out in session number 2, is back on the racetrack. 22A, Bobby Santos alongside Bobby, currently 11th quick at a 12.460. So Santos looking to jump up the order a little bit now that the sun is almost completely set. The lights coming on here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway and the Bullring here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Jeff Montgomery, the Black Dracor Construction Saratoga Motorsports Park 33J, with the neon trim with the push truck behind it. Jeff, 2 times a main event winner this year, won a Northwest Sprint Tour race at Agassiz Speedway in Agassiz, British Columbia back in July. Also won the season opener for the Granite Construction Wing Super Sprints at the Evergreen Speedway for that 33J. And Jeff was inside of the top 5 in the last session, was 4th quickest with a 12.311 best lap time for that new grip chassis for the team that is based out of Black Creek, British Columbia. Jeff from Langford, British Columbia. Audrey Cicelli in the 77, Selma, California racer. Looks like stickers all around for Audrey, so we'll see if she likes to scuff some tires in or she's going to try and turn some hard laps towards the end of the session. Brad Aumann, the 8, former Northwest Sprint Tour champion, and the 14, Aaron Willison, still trying to find a little bit more speed in that 14 car, currently 6th quick with the 12.324.
Cars getting wound up with the 1 to go as we are looking at a beautiful sight as the sun starts to go down over the mountains here at the Bullring. Green flag flies. Bobby Santos will take the green flag as these cars start to click off. Bobby Santos opted for the high side there. A little bit of struggle. We'll see what his first lap, and he is going to slow down just a little bit and look to the inside. I'm sure tires playing a factor. 15.587 for Bobby. He's now racing with the 24 machine of Willie Ginn, so we'll see what Bobby decides to do there.
So again, no mirrors in sprint car racing, and Bobby trying to build a gap to the car in front of him so he can get some clean air and not get disturbed by having any dirty air in these laps. And Willie Ginn trying to do the exact same thing and not have Bobby in front of him. So a little bit of a race breaking out in practice, but now everybody's settling into their correct positions as Jeff Montgomery continuing idle around the racetrack. Looks like he might be scuffing in some tires in the 33J as well as these practice sessions. We mentioned only 6 laps. If you want to scuff tires with the sets that you picked up earlier today, this is really your only session and plenty of time to do so over the course of 4 hours of practice as the white flag waves for this next group. And Aaron Willison still 6th quick, his best lap time at 13:03.4.
Bobby Santos right behind him, 7th quick, 12:3.31, his fastest time, checkered out on this group. Jeff Montgomery, a little bit of struggles this time around, 29th quick overall with the best time of 13:09.8. So he's going to have to head back to the trailer, look at the notes, and make some changes to this race car for the shadier portion of the night. Definitely make some changes to that 33 machine. 7H still top of the leaderboard with a 12:09.3. Cody Swanson in 2nd and Casey Tillman in 3rd.
And we mentioned just before we take a little bit of a break here, again, guys scuffing tires. So I believe Jeff had some stickers on there, and really what they want to do is get a few laps in the tires, not put too much heat into them, not wear them out too much in the session, but take time to get a cycle in on them and not so that they're not going out qualifying-wise with a completely unused set of tires, and kind of helps work the car in a little bit more, which is why when we say we're scuffing tires, that is what some of these guys are doing with multiple opportunities to hit the racetrack. And just like that, the next group rolling out. We're going to step away for a few more minutes here and again leave you with the sounds of practice session number 2 for Wing Sprint Cars with BitNile.com Open Wheel Showdown here at the Bullring at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Well, back from break here for the Speed Sport broadcast on Facebook and YouTube as well. And things kind of shaking up towards the top half of the field. The 50M Cody Swanson, just a few groups ago, became the second car into the 12-0s. 12-0-7-8 for Swanson. Jojo Hellberg in the 7H, knocked back to second. Jeff Montgomery, who was just in that last group, has jumped up to third. 12-1-8-3. For the racer from British Columbia, Casey Tillman knocked back into the fourth position with a 12.208. Davey Hamilton Jr. rounding out your top five at the moment. Davey's best lap time, a 12.233. As we wait the next group to push out of the chute onto the back straight, and getting ready is, again, the sun is completely set. Lights are on here at the Bullring, and again, getting a good indication just of what we're going to see condition-wise come tomorrow as well as on Saturdays. Now the sun is set, the lights have come on, and already seeing the time starting to dip down, especially at the top of the field with the first two cars in that 12.0 second range, and definitely going to be solidly within the 11-second zone come qualifying.
43 cars have gone out so far for this second group of practice here, a little over an hour into their 2-hour time slot as our next group rolls out onto the track. Some guys we've seen a lot. The youngest driver in the field in the 24 machine, that's Willie Ginn.
Pulling up right alongside of Justin Kawahata, the California racer, the close California-based number 45 machine, is the 8 of Brad Aumann. Back out onto the racetrack. Brad, a racer that made his way into the A-Main last year. Unfortunately, his race came to an early end, trying to get some redemption. What has been a little bit of a tough season for the 8 team. They have struggled with some mechanical groans, have a new tail tank on that car, trying to sort through some fueling issues. The 91 Cody Ridge back out onto the racetrack has been solidly within the top 25, 30 or so speed-wise. As Cody still trying to get to grips here with the Bullring. Evan Margison, the 57, who we expected to see within the top 10 at least, back in the 15th position, 12.476, as the car didn't really seem stuck to the track the last time he was out on the racetrack, trying to get that car into the racing surface just a little bit more. Is one final car to fire. That is the aforementioned Willigan, the 24, to come to life with the 02. Randy Dubois also firing off. For Randy, the very experienced pavement sprint car racer with 25, 30-plus years of pavement sprint car experience, former NSRA champion back in 2021, former Granite Series champion at Evergreen Speedway as well, and getting used to seeing him in his familiar Geico 7D behind the wheel this weekend at the Jim Waters Zone 02 that Hunter Stanley piloted for the majority of the 2024 season with the Speed Tour sprint cars, also making a trip to Colorado National Speedway as well.
1 to go, and the 57 will bring the field to green. See a couple guys out on stickers. We've talked about it before. These drivers get 4 sets for the whole entire weekend, so they have the opportunity now to scuff up those tires and see if they can put some heat into them to see how they will react for the rest of the weekend's events. Green flag out on the racetrack. Like I said, the 57 being the first one with the first lap around the Bullring with a 13.554. Some more ground for Evan Margison to make up here for him to be happy with his time. Second lap a little bit quicker with a 12.692.
So Margison in that 57, currently the quickest car in the racetrack in this group, that is he is 14th quick now with the 12.394. Again, got to be in that 12.2, even 12.3, low 12.3 second zone. As there's a whole lot of cars separated by only a few thousandths and hundredths of a second once we get towards the fifth on back zone, all the way back to 15th, with everybody trying to fight for those few spots. As the white flag waves for the group that is currently on the racetrack, Cody Ridge currently sits in 24th. Brad Aumann just ahead of him in the 8 in 23rd with the 12.726.
That's what makes the open wheel showdown so special, is we have guys coming from all over North America, so the competition is unlike any other, with $50,000 to win. Checkered flag out for this group. Not too much shaking happening up Evan Martison with a little bit faster, but still not faster than 13th. He stays in the 14th position with a 12.394.
So waiting to see who we're going to have on the racetrack next, as again, darkness is setting and kind of hampering our view of the staging area a little bit as they get ready to roll up into the chute. As, again, it is still Cody Swanson, who, again, was 10 years since his last wing pavement sprint car start. Corrected myself there. In the 50M, of course, plenty of experience when it comes to non-wing racing with Cody Swanson. He's also got some experience with downforce running a super modified for that machine in the 50M, of course, at the top of the field. The car, the track record holder last year with Jason Blond behind the wheel. Jojo Hellberg again sitting in second, which we keep emphasizing is a brand new race car that turned, in the grand scheme of things, minimal laps coming into the weekend. Another racer with a brand new race car with minimal laps on it, Jeff Montgomery in the 33J. He sits in third. Casey Tillman fourth. Kind of one of the surprises in the session with the 92 car up inside of the top five. One of the sleepers heading into tomorrow. And the rest of the weekend, Davey Hamilton Jr. rounding out the top five as Tillman rolling out on the racetrack next with a whole stack of others getting ready to roll out into this next group.
Yeah, lots of front runners in this group here. That's the 91 of Brian Wharf, I believe. Alongside him, Bobby Santos, one of the 6 machines. Is that CJ Leary out there?
That is CJ Leary. CJ going to be in the white and red 6G. Is Brad Knopfsinger the second 6 out of the Gossel stable, the black, red, and neon yellow 6 car. 6N, I believe, being scored as this weekend. Aaron Willison back out onto the racetrack in the 14W, 8th quick at the moment, 12.324. Aaron, one of the guys that sometimes saves the car during practice, likes to lay down a solid lap where they get into territory where, they're a little bit more comfortable and they can go with it, and then come qualifying. Aaron, who is kind of the track record king in the Pacific Northwest, holds upwards of around 10 track records throughout the Pacific Northwest. If you get one of his hero cards in the pit area, it lists all the track records that Aaron has set, and they constantly have to add and subtract throughout the years with that machine with stickers. By the looks of things, on the 14W, Bobby Santos, you mentioned Ashton on the racetrack next. The 22A, as they have gone back and forth on numerous occasions throughout the 2024 season. Their last heads-up matchup was at Colorado National Speedway, where they won a pair. One $10,000 win back to Canada, one $10,000 win back to Massachusetts. As Richie Larson in the 22L, Brian Wharf, another racer that's been showing some serious speed, currently 6th in the practice order, the 12.295.
Green flag out on the racetrack. 6 laps for this session for these 6 drivers. Like we said, Casey Tillman in 4th, Brian Wharf in 6th, and Aaron Willison in 8th. We'll see if either of these drivers can improve. Also, Bobby Santos in 9th. So 4 of these 6 drivers within the top 10. So we'll see what they can do, as Bobby Santos is absolutely flying around this racetrack, logs a time of 12.485. Not fast enough to do anything better than his 9th position so far. Casey Tillman last lap, 12.552. Aaron Willison opting for the high side here as he's getting into some traffic with Brian Wharf there.
And Bobby Santos, first car into the 11s, an 11.99 and 11.972 that time by, as Bobby Santos absolutely flying in the 22A and really showing how much speed he can carry around that race car, noticeably carrying a lot of corner speed and especially able to fire off, especially on corner exits. So Bobby Santos has got that car hooked up in Holland at the top end of the field, an 11.927. Santos' best lap, putting him at the top of practice at the moment.
Checkered flag out for this group. Casey Tillman goes a little bit faster, 5th overall now with a 12.196. Brian Wharf not able to do anything in that group, still sits 7th. Last lap time was a 12.443. Aaron Willison down to 9th now, 12.324. But wow, Bobby Santos, maybe he does better under the lights with the the different racetrack than we saw earlier in the day, but man, he has that race car dialed. He has it figured out. 3 laps in the sub 12 second time. So Bobby will be ripping tomorrow, and we'll see how he carries this practice into the rest of this event. The next group rolling out onto the racetrack right now.
So Bobby Santos again at the top, and Santos said he kind of underestimated the place earlier on in the year, when he came here last year in 2023 and really was trying to get the track a little bit more figured out, and looks like he has hit on something setup-wise. As soon as the lights came on, Santos went straight up to the top of the practice order. Is Mike Hathaway going to lead the charge out for this next group onto the racetrack? The black number 27 with the gold leaf lettering on the top wing. J.J. Dutton, who had some problems in the 86. J.J. going to be alongside of Mike, and again spun out in the last session, got the tires a little bit dirty up in the marbles, lost it going into turn number 3. J.J. still trying to pick up some speed with the 41 of Tyler Rohrig alongside. Rohrig has been towards the top of the time charts throughout the weekend, has now been knocked down to the 11th position with the 12.346. His best lap time so far, a 12.303 for the 41 car.
45 minutes remain in this second group of practice, and the last group of practice for the winged sprint cars today. 6 more cars out on the racetrack. You just said Tyler Rohrig sits 11th overall right now, fastest time of a 12.346. I would expect Tyler to do something here. He, like I said earlier, he's a wheelman. He can hop into pretty much anything and set a fast time and be able to race hard during the race and race those drivers clean. So I would expect him to put down a faster lap here, possibly break into the top 10 as well.
Another driver that can step up, Troy DeCare in the P1, and he is currently 25th at a 12.744. Really put in his first few hard laps just that last session, so it'll be interesting. Or last time he was out on the racetrack, we should say. As it'll be interesting to see what the P1 and the P1 chassis can do for the racer from Tampa Bay, Florida.
Sparks coming out of the Rohrig machine as he went into 3 that last lap around, but it does not seem to be an issue for him. He looks like he is flying around this racetrack as he comes to the line. Not fast enough. It is still a 12.514, because the 12 is now going to have to deal with some lap traffic.
Mike Hathaway kind of struggling with the 27 car, pushes way up the hill as Ron Larson trying to pitch the 12 car through turns 3 and 4. Is Larson currently trying to work his way up through the field, sits in the 21st position, 12.671, the best lap time at the moment for Larson in the yellow, red, and black number 12 for the racer from Quesnel, British Columbia. Tyler Rohrig, the 41, kind of stuck behind Hathaway as he tries to get a clean lap in as the white flag waves. Rohrig unable to improve on the session. 12.701, Rohrig's best lap time in this group, and a 12.337, his best lap time overall in this second practice session. Here for your wing sprint cars and final real big chunk of practice that we have this weekend for the Open Wheel Showdown.
Rohrig's fastest in that session was a 12.701. It was also Troy DeCare's fastest in that session and fastest overall, as he remains in the 25th position for the P1 of Troy DeCare. See if he has something else in that race car that he can possibly find in these next 45 minutes. But Tyler Rohrig fastest in that group and will remain in the 11th position. Next group of race cars getting ready to roll out onto the racetrack, and we'll see who we have. One race car that is not hard to miss, yellow and red. One that everyone watching at home and everyone here at the Bullring knows. That is the 50 machine of Cody Swanson.
Swanson trying to take as much practice time as he can to get acclimated to the 50M with a wing on it. The 17 of Mike McGurdio back out onto the racetrack. 91, Darren Yates, also trying to get going in the right direction, currently 27th in the order with a 12.790. Jojo Hellberg back out onto the racetrack, now back in the third position here in practice. And Davey Hamilton Jr. taking another stab at the Bullring, currently sits 6th in the order with a 12.233.
Natalie Waters also joins this group, currently sits 32nd overall. She's had some struggles today. Fastest time is a 13.002. We'll see what she's got left into this race car as the push trucks line up behind sprint cars. And just as I say that, yellow flag out, lights are on. They will get these cars rolling and fired off for green flag in just a few seconds.
And there are some pretty stout combinations where a lot of racers have a lot of good equipment, especially this year. And we're seeing that they're down towards the tail end of the timetables, are not exactly where we were expecting. Is already the competition level ramping up from last year to this year. Racers that had a pretty easy go of it getting into transfer spots and were right up inside of the top 5, now getting knocked back down and fighting to be in even the top 15 for this year's Open Wheels Showdown, and already an indication of how things have stepped up in the performance program here for pavement sprint car racing. On the wing side of things, as Davey mentioned, his goal was to try and elevate wing pavement sprint car racing, and doing exactly that. And a lot of tracks kind of upping their purse and upping their game throughout the years, as well as the series heading into 2024 and now 2025, as well as the green flag ways for this group. We'll see what Davey Hamilton Jr. can do. Cody Swanson, Mike Mergerdio, a few of the notable names, and JoJo Hellberg as well in this group.
Laps starting to click off here. We'll see what these drivers can do. JoJo Hellberg goes 13.194, over a second off of their fastest lap time, but Davey Hamilton goes a little bit faster with 12.220. Natalie Waters looking good this time out. Caught in some traffic there as Cody Swanson starts to catch her, but is back off to give her room and him room to run those laps. Sparks flying from the 17 machine. Mike Mergerdio's had a little bit of struggles here today, but put down a fast time and he'll sit 16th overall with the 2.442. White flag out in the air. Cody Swanson last lap 14.435. Davey Hamilton slow on the inside. Probably done with his run, but is able to improve on it just a little bit. 4th overall fastest with a 12.154. Cody Swanson still sits 2nd on the leaderboard, not able to top his best time of a 12.078 so far. Davey Hamilton in 4th. JoJo Hellberg sits in 3rd. Quite the list of drivers that we have out on the racetrack right now. Mike Mergerdio in 12th as they roll off the racing surface. And we get the next group pushed out. The 91 of Darren Yates in the 27th position. Best time 12.790. The next group of 6 is still pushing out as Bobby Santos III still leads our fastest time in practice so far, and the only one to get a time below that 12-second limit with a time of 11.927. Cody Swanson in 2nd with a 12.078. JoJo Hellberg in 3rd with a 12.093. Davey Hamilton Jr. in 4th. Jeff Montgomery in 5th. Casey Tillman in 6th, Brian Wharf in 7th. 8th is Eric Humphreys. 9th is last year's winner, Aaron Wilson. And 10th is Jason Blonde. A little over 30 minutes left in this group of practice. Push trucks starting to give those drivers the push, and the yellow flag is back out on the racetrack.
So field fires back up. Eric Humphreys in the 15 is inside of the top 10 in that machine, currently in the 8th spot. Pretty much the majority of the other drivers looking for a little bit more speed. That includes Randy Price in the 21, the 16 of Kevin Newton. 57, Evan Margison looking to step things up as well. Margison sits 13th at the moment. Brad Aumann trying to wind everything he can out of the 8s. Currently 21st quick with a 12.670. As Randy Price trying to settle in line to see where he can find some clean air. Margison in the 57 still sits in the 13th spot. 12.782 the last lap time for Evan Margison as he comes by the start-finish line. 12.559 improving this group-wise, but not speed-wise, as he had a wicked push and got right up towards the outside wall in the 57, but able to reel it back in before he gets into harm's way and almost white walls the side of the 57. 91 of Cody Ridge still trying to make his way up the order. Ridge currently sits 26 as the white flag waves. Newton in the 16, one of 2 16s that we have here this weekend, trying to make his way up the order as well as he continuing to click off laps. 23rd quick, improving lap time wise each and every time he comes out on the racetrack and gets more laps under his belt in wing pavement sprint car competition as the checkered flag flies over that group. Still Bobby Santos at the top of the order, the only car into the 11-second zone. 11.927 for Bobby Santos. Cody Swanson, the 50M, second at a 12.078. Jojo Hellberg still third. Davey Hamilton Jr. fourth. Jeff Montgomery in fifth. That is your top 5 at the moment, which if you're at the racetrack, you can see up on the Budweiser scoreboard. And, of course, keeping track at home on Speed Sport with, of course, live action on Facebook and YouTube throughout practice tonight. And, of course, you can watch all the action. Speed Sport TV coming up throughout the weekend, and keep track of it. Is good to have Speed Sport back on board as a broadcast partner with us here for the Open Wheel Showdown. Is Monty Bergner getting pushed out on the racetrack now in the 12B. And, again, Monty, multi-generational open wheel racer in that 12B machine.
Next to him will be the 2 machine of Michael Finelli, and someone else we've talked about many, many times tonight, the 22A of Bobby Santos. Currently sits quick time. We'll see if he can go even faster. We said it last time, he ran 3 laps in the 11.9 range, so he might have something else in that car. We'll see what he can do.
About half an hour left in this session, just over half an hour, and the lanes backed up pretty much to the sprint car pit area to get into the chute and get out here to try and get some valuable track time here in the cool of the night at the Bullring. As push trucks again into position. Audra Cicelli and Justin Kawahata, both Californians, and J.J. Dutton in the 86 back out on the racetrack. Again, J.J. still getting familiar with wing pavement sprint car action, and especially in a track of this size, so taking as much practice time as he can to try and get reacclimated as he was here last year to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway Bullring, as 86 will be the second car to fire.
These sprint cars are under their own power now. And just as I say that, getting them the 1 to go signal. And the green flag will be taken the next time by. And the green flag is out for the 12B. Bobby Santos looking strong here once again in the 86, following right behind him.
Yeah,
Nice.
JJ Dutton keeping pace for now. Here is Santos getting ready to wind up the 22A again. Dutton, though, falling back a little bit now as Bobby opens up the throttle and says, see ya, as Dutton. Looks like he's fighting a little bit of a loose race car off. Could be a case where it's pushing through the center and then kind of wanting to try and snap around on him for the 86 machine. They continue to work their way down the front straight, back straight for Cicelli and Bergner, whose car also pushing way up the racetrack in the 12B car, designed a special wrap for this weekend. Had some sponsors jump on board just for this weekend, so Bergner putting in a lot of effort as well. We've seen on his Facebook page as well. Justin Kawahata runs with the NCMA non-wing sprint cars when they do race in California, and having to put the wing back on that machine as Santos out of the throttle. And the 22 machine last time by 14.505, so maybe electing to just get in a few more laps under his belt, click it off as he has already laid down an 11.927 at the top of the board for the 22A.
White flag out. JJ Dutton sits 34th right now, and Michael Finelli picks up a spot and goes 35th as they all take the checkered flag right in a row here. The 86, the 2, and the 22 all done. Bobby Santos with a couple more fast laps that time around, but definitely not as quick as he was earlier, but still sits top of the leaderboard with an 11.927.
So as we get towards the tail end of this final practice session, just under half an hour to go, we're going to step aside one more time. And again, you won't miss a second of the action from practice, as we will stay live here at the Bullring, and you'll get all your timing and scoring. And make sure to keep track of everybody as the final few cars making their way out and getting ready to try and set down a time to get them on the right track for the rest of their open wheel showdown weekend. So if you're watching with us either here at the racetrack or online, you can see that a little bit of cleanup was necessary there for Michael Finelli in the 2SS. Some problems laying down some fluid off of turn number 2, and the Las Vegas Motor Speedway safety team cleanup crew still making a few laps to make sure that all the speedy dry is cleared off the racing line. And by the sounds of things, that could potentially wrap up this sprint car session, as we are just a few moments away from super modified practice, their one and only practice session of the evening. And with that, that would wrap up sprint car practice for the day as well, with Bobby Santos quickest in that second session with 11.927, first car into the 11s. Jojo Hellberg in second with a 12.059, and just like that, one super modified getting ready to roll out onto the racetrack. Looks like just maybe pushing to fire there for Randy Anderson in the 2A. The Speed Tour Super Modified champion for 2024 is getting a Super Modified series back up and running here in the West Coast. Very, very cool to see Super Modifieds, partially because of the efforts of the Open Wheel Showdown, and before that, the JP Super Modified Memorial that kick-started back up at the Meridian Speedway into a full tour that has gone up and down the West Coast here throughout North America. So again, just pushing to fire for the Super Modifieds at the moment, as we'll have their practice session coming up in just a little bit, as they're going to roll back into the pit area. That's why you can see that the pit structure lined up so that the cars will roll directly back into the pit area. So again, Super Modifieds just pushing for motor heat, and we will be just a few moments away with the next practice session.
Welcome back into the Bullring at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Modifieds are out on track right now for their second practice session of the evening. Both Jacks out on the racetrack right now. Sam Jacks top of the board so far, running a 15.195. Sam just picked up a win over at Kern just a little over 2 weeks ago, carrying that momentum into a great start here at the Open Wheel Showdown. Kyle Jacks in second with 15.441. The 57K and the 18 round out your top four. The 92 car is pulling off of the racetrack. That is Mike Clark. Best time, 16.220. It's a little bit of work for the Mike Clark machine.
We just saw a little bit of contact. Ed Vecchiarelli getting into the back of Sam Jackson, actually doing some damage to the left rear quarter panel of the 29 car. Jack's quickest so far with a 15.195 is Vecchiarelli a 15.627. Getting into him, coming off of turn number 4 that last time around. And again, the racetrack, after quite a bit of cleanup from the 2 sprint car that was necessary in between the Super Modified push to fire, which looks like Super Modified is going to come up after as the final practice session of the evening as the Modified's rolling back out onto the racetrack.
Seven Modifieds have been out for this second practice session so far, and like we've said, both Jacks sit atop of the time charts as the next group takes to the racetrack, and looks like it's going to be led by the 11 car, which I believe is Nick Gibson. There's 2 11 cars if I am correct, so we'll have to double check to make sure.
So I believe from the first session we learned Nick going to be in the black and white number 11 machine. So Jeff Longman, the racer out of Utah, in the yellow and black number 11. As Ed Vecchiarelli Jr. on the racetrack, the 48 car joining in on the practice fray is the 22 machine coming by the start-finish line. Another former track champion and multi-division track champion here at the Bullring. One of the quicker cars so far that we have had. That is Aaron McMorrin behind the wheel of that machine. Aaron was right up towards the top of the time charts in the last session.
Like we said, final practice session for the Modifieds tonight. They will have one more practice session before their qualifying efforts tomorrow morning. The green flag is going to fly for this group. We'll see if any of these guys are able to improve on their times from earlier today or able to beat the man of the hour, Sam Jacks. There's a little under a 3/10 difference between the Jacks brothers right now. And first and second at the time charts as the 22 machine hops up to third with a time of 15.452.
Both 24s also on the racetrack. The 24G machine. Shelby Strobel is in the regular 24, you could say, is the 24G. Nathan Gasser jumping up to the third position. A 15.412 for the Colorado racer, right behind Aaron McMorrin and Sam Jacks, both Las Vegas Bullring regulars. And again, that home track experience going to come into play throughout this weekend is for the out-of-towners having to try and maximize their 2 practice sessions that they have today. As McMorrin now to the top, 15.091 for the 22 machine. So McMorrin leading the session with the 27 back there, the 27L. Richard Lindgren sitting in 6. Kyle Jacks, the final car in the top 5 at the moment in the 41 machine. Good to see Lynn Hardy back out on the racetrack. The 4 car, a little bit of smoke when it left the racetrack last time. Able to get that fixed. His minor leakers. Something turning out to be the problem on the 4 cars. Back out on the racetrack in the 79, Andrew Richardson out of Meridian, Idaho. Getting back in line, and Speed Tour Modified regular trying to lay down a representative time as well as Gasser going up to second in the 24G and looking to pull off of the racetrack. As you can see with the modifieds, a little bit more ride height, so they don't have as hard of a time getting off of the racetrack and don't really bottom out so they can exit in turn number 1. Sprint cars, if they do have any problems, directed to pull in to the infield here for the Open Wheels Showdown weekend.
Laps clicking off in this session here. Aaron McMorran still top of the board. We see the 27 out on the racing surface as well. The Pleasant Grove, California native, having a little bit of struggles off of turn 4. Hopefully he's able to make that work. Currently sits 7th fastest overall with a 15.470. Makes his way through turn 4. Seems like he gets it fixed as, the 11 goes around in 3 and 4, able to save it, and the checkered flag is out. Jeff Longman sits in the 5th position, fastest time of 15.385, but had some struggles in between turns 3 and 4 on that last lap.
Jason Qualley, final car to get the checkered flag in the 12. Jason 8th quick at the moment with a 15.470 best lap time for Jason Qualley in that 12 car. As again, the 11, Jeff Longman doing a little half spin, coming to get the checkered flag, able to gather it back up in the apron of turns 3 and 4, and able to get things back up and running. Is getting ready for our next group to head out onto the racetrack with Aaron McMorran now at the top of the order with a 15.091. 15.123 for Gasser sitting in second. Sam Jacks knocked back into the 3rd position in the 29 with a 15.195. Shelby Strobel in the 24 and 4th at a 15.268. And again, Longman rounding out your top 5 is Nick Gibson getting ready to lead the charge back out onto the Speedway for this next group. Nick in the 11 machine, seeing some cars heading out that had minimal practice time in the last session, waiting for the cool of the night to come back out here for this next group.
Someone else we see in this group and to keep your eye on is the 25 machine. That is Peyton Saxton, set the fast time in practice session number 1. First time hopping in this style of modified for Peyton. He's a track champion here at the Bullring, and his experience has helped him a ton tonight in this modified. We also have the 02 of Brian Collins, the Placerville, California native, out on the racetrack. Lots of guys out here. Some we've seen for the first time, like you said.
Brian from north of California, and bringing that machine back out is, again, some Bullring regulars. Mentioned the 1 car heading out, Jimmy Petrie, his family's storied history here of racing, short track racing in Las Vegas, the 3rd generation racer behind the wheel of the white and red number 1 is Peyton Saxton, one of the racers in session number 1 for the modifieds earlier on in the afternoon, who is right up at the top of the time charts, solidly inside of the top 5 for that 25 car, and he's going to look to try and go right to the top of the board as well with, again, the 22, Aaron McMorran, fellow Las Vegas Bullring regular, currently leading the way with a 15.091 as they'll get the green flag coming off at turn number 4 this time.
Green flag out for the 25 machine. It's already going to look like some traffic going to stack up around this racetrack, which is going to cause some issues during this practice session, or could cause some issues during this practice session. We see there the 56 of Rosalie Weller really starting to fall back from the rest of her little pack that she was in earlier on. Laps starting to click off, and we'll see what these guys can do. Big traffic now starting to play a piece into this. As I come down the front stretch, the 14 is going to go to the inside, and Peyton Saxton will go 8th quick with a time of 15.496, and just as I said that, Nick Gibson 6th fast, 15.424.
So Gibson getting knocked back down to 7th now as Peyton Saxton goes up to 4th position in the 25 car. Rosalie, some sparks coming out from underneath of the 56, so she's going to pull into the pit area for the Speed Tour modified regular. So problems for the 56 team out of Idaho is hopefully can get that resolved and back out onto the racetrack for tomorrow's action. Again, limited amount of practice tomorrow before heading into qualifying and heat race action for the modifieds, as well as this next group continuing to click off laps with still Aaron McMorran from the previous group up towards the front of the field. CJ Wilson holding down the final spot inside of the top 10. Brian Reed, the 14X, who is currently out on the racetrack, moves out into the number 11 position with a 15.463, just behind CJ Wilson in the 9. As Jimmy Petrie going to go to the 8th position, 15.421 for the 1 car. So cracking inside of the top 10 for Petrie is Saxton third quick with a 15.186 in that 25 car.
Ian Elliott in the 27 machine also breaks within the top 10. Someone who's, found a little bit better run here in the later evening hours. His fastest time being a 15.357. That'll sit him in the 6th position. Brian Reed logs another lap with a 15.429, his best. Nick Gibson still 7th, 15.376. A couple more laps remain in this practice session for the modifieds. Flagger with the checkered flag in hand is going to throw the checkered on the 11 car of Nick Gibson. No improvement for Gibson.
So still with McMorrin at the top of the field, Nathan Gasser in the 24G still sits in 2nd. Saxton moves up into 3rd. Sam Jackson 4th. Shelby Strobel rounding out your top 5. Ian Elliott in the 27, 6th quick at the moment. Nick Gibson, the 11G, 7th. Jeff Longman in the 11 and 8th. Jimmy Petrie, Brian Reed. 2 Las Vegas racers rounding out. Jimmy actually from Henderson. Just down the road in 8th and 9th and 10th, respectively. Kyle Jacks just outside of the top 10 and 11th is next group already rolling out on the Speedway.
We've seen 26 cars log laps already this evening in practice session number 2 as the next group rolls by, and it's going to be led by the number 2 car of Chris Cook. And the 59, which we talked about a little bit earlier on, that's Charlie Wilson, part of the father-son duo of Charlie and CJ Watson out of Colorado.
29W, Zach Webster also out onto the racetrack. Jeremiah Hill is in the black number 3 with the red front bumper. Number 9, Donovan Barr, the Speed Tour modified champ for this year. Also making his return to the racetrack in this session, and the 12 quali also coming back out onto the Speedway. So a few repeat offenders coming back out in this practice group. Kylie Cohn, the 57K, the 24A, also out onto the racetrack. Scott Winters, California modified multi-time champion at many different racetracks all throughout the state of California on the racetrack for the first time in this, the second session for the modifieds. So again, 1 hour on the clock for these racers to try and get some practice in, as opposed to the half-hour session that we had before. Already clicking away to almost 15 minutes through the session, as Scott Winters goes up to the 5th position in the 24A, 15.244 for Winters. Laying on a solid lap, and as we expected, getting himself inside of the top 5 as he comes by the start-finish line once more. 15.275 that time by, dropping off just a little bit from that 15.244.
Eric Reed also breaking into the top 10 with a 15.252, sits right behind Scott Winters in the 6th position. Donovan Barr, another one we see made his way into the top 10, currently sits in 8th. And just as I said that, Scott Winters moves farther up the board and sits 3rd now with a time of 15.133. So same thing we saw with the sprint cars. We now have 5 drivers below a 15. Make that 6 drivers below a 15.2. So I would be interested to see if we start breaking near that 14-second time in this practice session. Eric Reed, 5th fastest overall with a 15.189.
And now that they've got the speedy dry kind of dusted off, chance to lay down some more rubber and get some more grip with each and every lap, as Scott Winters sits in third at the moment. Eric Reed cracks the top 5 in the 66. Reed now sits in fourth with a 15.137, 15.137. And just as I say that, Eric Reed goes hard into the outside wall in turn number 3. That was pretty much a head-on shot just by the turn 3 sign going at the end of the back straight. Looked like the car just snapped on him on corner entry. A very weird incident over there for Eric as he is going to try and get that car fired back up and roll, but it looks like it's got the front bumper pushed underneath the front wheels. It might be dragging along as the Las Vegas Motor Speedway and Bullring safety team going to head on over there and check out Eric Reed and see if he is okay. Eric was fourth at the time of the incident of 15.137 before again impacting the outside wall in turn number 3. Is tried to get the car running, tried to drive it back down the banking to limp it back to the pit area, but unfortunately come to a stop and looks like some fluid leaking out, probably from the rad getting knocked out as the team already laying down some speedy dry over there in turn number 3 and getting to work in the cleanup. Is the tow truck going to come into position to bring Eric Reed's car back to the pit area in a very tough way for Eric and his night to end here for practice night, and it'd be interesting to see if they can try and get that car back up and running, but looks like some pretty heavy damage to the front clip on the 66 of Eric Reed, and Magic Valley Speedway track champion, former track champion at Magic Valley back in 2021. Looks like his night coming to an early end, and hopefully not his weekend, but unfortunately by the damage in the front of that race car, looks like might just be the case. As we'll step aside for a little bit of a break here while I'm going to have some necessary cleanup over in turn number 3.
track crew here at the Bullring at Las Vegas Motor Speedway got the 66 of Eric Reed cleaned up pretty fast, and he's going to have a lot of work to get done tonight back in the pit area. That whole front end was lots of damage to it, pretty hard hit into the inside or the outside wall there. As the next group rolls out onto the racetrack, lots of guys we've seen before. Peyton Saxton, someone we've talked about a lot, currently sits 5th overall on top of the points charts. Also, Scott Osborne, another Las Vegas native, currently sits 22nd in the OZ car, hoping to add a couple more spots in the end of this practice session.
Kyle Jacks down in 15th, so trying to turn things up in the 41 car, rather, as they get the signal to wind it up, coming off at turn number 4. The 24 also on the racetrack. That is one of 3 24s. Shelby Strobel behind the wheel of that machine and leading the charge into turn number 3. Andrew Richardson also on the racetrack in the 79, as well as the number 9, CJ Wilson, as Peyton Saxton 6th quick. Kyle Jacks getting up inside of the top 5 in the 41 with a 15.159 from Jacks, who's got 4 main event wins to his credit so far this year at the Bullring. And trying to add another one, this time a $5,000 payday on the line as Peyton Saxton getting ready to exit the racetrack, going off the track exit in turn number 1 after cranking off a few solid laps, putting him in the 6th spot with a 15.186.
Lynn Hardy in the 4 machine moved back up to the 15th position with a 15.415. A little bit of moving around happening towards the back half, as these drivers are finding a little bit extra in their race cars, and another machine's going to pull off the racing surface. I believe that was the 41 machine, if I'm not mistaken. Sparks flying from the 11 in the middle of turns 1 and 2.
And again, as the lights come on, you'll see who's kind of bottoming out as well, which can upset the race car, make it shoot up the hill. As Nick Gibson in the 11G, currently outside of the top 10, sits in the 12th position with a 15.365 for the regular super late model and pro late model competitor out of the state of Idaho, as he closes in on Scott Osborne in the OZ that lies directly in front of him. 27L rolling back into the pit area, as well as the 24 of Shelby Strobel.
And
so
Lynn
Rich
Hardy
Lindgren right behind. And yes, as mentioned, Lynn Hardy also rolling back into the pit area. So 5 cars remaining out on the racetrack to take the checkered flag in this session.
Checkered flag out. 25 minutes into the modified practice session, and Aaron McMorran still top of the board, 15.091. Nathan Gasser in second with a 15.123. Scott Winters sits third with a 15.133. Just a 100th off of second place Nathan Gasser. Eric Reed, who we just saw got up into the wall, sits in fourth. Kyle Jacks in fifth. Peyton Saxton 6th, Sam Jacks 7th, Shelby Strobel 8th, Donovan Barr 9th, and Nick Gibson rounds out your top 10 as the next group takes to the racetrack.
So it'll be the 14X leading them onto the Speedway. Brian Reed, first car out on track, the black and red number 14X. The 22 currently at the top of the charts, Aaron McMorran. The second car out on the Speedway, the white number 22, Donovan Barr in the 9. Jimmy Petrie in the number 1, making his way off of turn number 4. Looking our way through the rest of this group, the 11, Jeff Longman. It'll be the 57 machine, rounding things out. Kylie Cohn behind the wheel of the 57K, the California racer. who splits her time between modifieds and legends as the green flag waves.
Only 6 drivers out in this group as we get towards the end of the modified practice session for tonight. They do have 2 practice sessions tomorrow morning before qualifying efforts. They kick off the day with 6 laps and the sprint cars are out, and then they get 6 more laps after that. So they do have the most tomorrow, but they don't actually qualify, or they do qualify tomorrow night, excuse me. But they also will heat race tomorrow night as well. So a couple extra practice laps for these guys tomorrow as well, as the 22 car continues to improve and sits atop of the board. Fastest time 15:07.0.
So Aaron McMorrin continuing to lay down solid laps as Donovan Barr cracks the top 10. 9th position for the number 9B at a 15:3.15 as Jeff Longman pulls off the racetrack in the 11. Petrie in the 1 car trying to get back inside of the top 15, at least knocked back to the 17th position. As again, a stacked modified field of tour regulars from pretty much every single modified tour that runs from California through to Idaho have all made the tow out here to the open wheel showdown and trying to see who's going to come out on top at the end of 75 laps of main event action as 5 cars remain on the racetrack in this group. And again, a 15:07.0, the time to beat for Aaron McMorrin set in this group.
57K of Kylie Cohn with a new fast time being 15:3.69. Starting to slowly climb up that leaderboard. She sits in 13th overall right now. The 22 takes to the high side of the racetrack. And Aaron McMorrin is going to pull off the racing surface. 4 cars left out on the racetrack, giving it all they got in these last final laps. Flagger with checkered flag in hand. I would expect we see it soon to wrap up. And there it is. There's the checkered for this group of modified practice.
So it's McMorrin at the top. Nathan Gasser, the 24G, sits in second, 15:1.23. Haven't seen Nathan back out since he laid down that lap. Scott Winters, the 24A, in his first grouping, a 15:1.33. Eric Reed, who unfortunately saw, made contact with the outside wall in the 66, a 15:1.37. Currently sits in fourth. Kyle Jacks in the 41, fifth with a 15:1.59. Peyton Saxon, Sam Jacks, Shelby Strobel, Donovan Barr, and Nick Gibson round out your top 10. So next group is already on the back straight, making its way into turn number 3. Ian Elliott, the 27, going to lead the charge to the green flag in this group. Jason Qualley behind him in the 12.
Peyton Saxton in the 25 machine. Talked about him a lot. And Lynn Hardy back out on the racing surface in the number 4 machine. Followed behind them, the OZ of Scott Osborne, the Las Vegas native, back out for a couple more practice laps around here. And the 79 machine of Andrew Richardson.
So as again, pretty much everybody has come back out on the racetrack here in this modified session. We'll let you guys listen in on this session, get some more sights and sounds from the modifieds. Again, the latest edition to the Open Wheel Showdown, and it is Vegas on top at the moment with Aaron McMorrin, followed by Colorado's Nathan Gasser and California's Scott Winters, going 1, 2, 3 at the moment. As the safety team will do a quick check of the racetrack in turn number 3, and we'll get ready to let loose this group of modifieds. So with that, I believe we have wrapped up modified practice with, I believe Sam Jacks was up at the front of the order. We'll double check through timing and scoring as it was Sam Jacks leading the way with a 14.900. Hey, what do we say? They're going to dip into the 14s. It happened. Sam Jacks at the top, right behind him, Kyle Jacks, the 41.15.068, his best lap time. And Aaron McMorrin making it a Vegas 1-2-3 with a 15.070 up at the top of the timing charts. So, again, very close up towards the top half of the field with Jacks with a 15.068 and only 0.02 of a second behind him, Aaron McMorrin with that 15.070. Nathan Gasser in the 24G of 15.123 for the quickest of the out-of-towners. For the Colorado National Speedway champion, and Scott Winters from California, 15.133 rounds out your top five.
Eric Reed in 66 in sixth before he got up into the outside wall in turn 3. Peyton Saxton in 7th, Shelby Strobel in 8th, Donovan Barr in 9th, and Nick Gibson rounds out your top 10 for modified practice for this evening. We talked about it earlier. The modifieds and super modifieds have a little bit more practice tomorrow to get ready for their qualifying efforts. They will have 12 total laps, 2 different 6-lap sessions, so they might have some extra time to try some more stuff in the morning.
And, of course, modifieds, super modifieds running on the Saturday portion of the program, and modifieds probably going to take advantage of both of those sessions as we wait for the first of the super modified competitors to roll out onto the racetrack. This is the last class that'll be practicing tonight, the final practice session for the evening as well on night number 1 of the BitNile.com Open Wheel Showdown here at the Bullring at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So again, just as soon as Super Modified's ready to go, looks like we can see them rolling up to the top of the chute, and they will get the signal just as soon as it is okay to roll out onto the racetrack. Looks like first car getting ready to fire off. One of the Schaefer Racing stable machines. I believe that is going to be Brian Schaefer behind the wheel of the Mopar machine. Brian gets fired off and ready to go. So Brian, by the looks of things, doing a push to fire, so will make his way back into the pit area, and we'll get ready to push off the super modifieds in the back straight, just like what we saw with the sprint cars. So Schaefer going back into the pits, had some problems, actually found a little bit of fluid over there in turn number 3, which caused him to spin around during motor heat a little bit earlier on, and having a second chance to try and get that car up to temperature. And here comes the first few cars getting set to roll out onto the racetrack with Kenny Hamilton, 80-plus years young, in the Pink Lady. Kenny, of course, famed race car driver out of the state of Idaho, and he is also a National Sprint Car Hall of Fame inductee, driving a variety of different machines, most famously his line of Pink Ladies that he took over. Art Sugai, the original owner of that car, and kind of created the Pink Lady name, and Kenny kind of has been the kind of holder of that name and the driver of that famed car for the last about 40 or so years, 40-plus years for Kenny Hamilton, as he gets ready to fire off that machine to the back straight. Go as far as 50-plus years if you're going for driving chores for Kenny. As, again, just on the apron is the push truck coming up behind it. And by the looks of things, Kenny going to cycle around on the apron, waiting to see if he pulls up onto the racing surface or if he's just going to do another push to fire in that machine. Son Davey Hamilton winning the Harvest Classic at Madeira Speedway in this number 98 machine. Davey back behind the wheel of his orange number 1 this weekend that was right up there battling for the race win last year before, unfortunately, a stuck throttle going into turn number 3 sent him hard into the outside wall. They're able to repair the car, get it pieced back together, and brought out for this weekend here for the Open Wheel Showdown edition number 2. And Davey trying to get the win, but he's got a stacked field of super modified competitors coming along with him here as, again, getting ready to push out the next few supers onto the back straight, and we'll get a taste of the radical offset style of open wheel racing here with the super modifieds for the Open Wheel Showdown.
You just talked about Davey, and here he comes onto the racing surface, like you said, in that orange number 1 machine for Davey Hamilton Racing, joined by a couple other super modifieds out on this racetrack.
Looks like the number 7 Otto Sitterly, one of our East Coast competitors, Dave Danzer, who is another Oswego Speedway regular, took home the big win last year, $5,000, one of the cool MPI custom-built trophies as well. And now Otto taking his shot, 12-time super modified champion across various racetrack sanctioning bodies. Randy Anderson on the West Coast, the 2024 Speed Tour super modified champion in the 2A with probably the biggest big block on the property with 460 cubic inches of power off the side of the 2A machine. 95, that is Chris Mueller. Jimmy White, the 5K, pushing out onto the racetrack next.
Jimmy White, the driver from all the way up in British Columbia, Canada. Long haul for Jimmy White to get down here to Vegas to run the open wheel showdown. And, you know, that's another aspect of this weekend that we haven't necessarily talked about. You know, a lot of these guys use it as sort of a vacation, plus you get to drive a race car. You couldn't ask for anything better than that, getting to spend the weekend in Vegas and at the racetrack. It's the best combination there is.
Frankie Volz Jr. going to round out this 6-car group in the powder blue number 98X. Is Frankie driving a car that was campaigned here 10, 15 years or so ago by Troy Regier, who was really Troy's last ride in Super Modified for standout in the old SRL Super Modified days, as well as the West Coast Super Modified's multi-time Copper World Classic winner. And you get to see that car back out onto the racetrack. But there's Davey Hamilton, going to be the first car to fire off the 5K. Jimmy White, who managed a top 3 run last year at the showdown, and Otto Sitterly making his Bullring debut in the 7 machine. Chris Mueller, another racer that got a top 5 run last year in super modified competition, the 95 from the state of Colorado, with the Mopar power hanging off the side of the 95. Randy Anderson gonna fire off, and Frankie Volz Jr. His car comes to life after a close moment with the push truck in the back straight, but able to straighten things back out. And we will get ready for this first group in anger of super modifieds.
All of these racing machines now under their own power. Push trucks all pulled to the infield or off the racing surface. Lights still on the racetrack. Yellow flag displayed. We should be getting the green flag in just a couple moments, giving these drivers time to, you know, put some heat into their engines, scrub their tires a little bit before they go out for their first time this evening with the Super Modifieds.
A little bit of a speed reference, of course, we saw in the low 11.9s for the sprint cars. Super Modifieds were trying to crack the 12-second barrier last year, with the sprint cars actually quicker than the Super Modifieds, which in the 90s, if you told somebody that an upright sprint car was going to be quicker than a Super Modifieds, they'd look at you pretty funny. But showing the progression of pavement sprint car racing, where they have been able to kind of take over as the quickest cars on the property. But all these competitors wanted to try and take something back from the sprint cars this weekend as the green flag flies, and we get our first few Super Modified laps here at the Bullring.
Green flag out. These drivers starting to clock their first time here on the Bullring for this weekend. First driver to clock a lap, Davey Hamilton, with a 13.435. Just as I say that, the number 7 machine goes faster. Otto Sitterly top of the board with a 12.934. Davey Hamilton matches him, beats him rather, with a 12.751.
So Sitterly back to the top as they continue to trade back and forth the top spot. 12.68. 12.751 for Hamilton, 13.272 for Chris Mueller, as Hamilton clears Randy Anderson down the back straight, gets back in line, and now has a clear racetrack in front of him to see what he can try and do. Got it a little bit sideways, which is not what you want to do in a super modified. Really want to keep the wheel as straight as possible with all that left side weight. As Sitterly, 12.740 that last time by. Hamilton slow on the back straight. They're trying to find a line or trying to find a safe place to pull into the infield as white flag waves coming off of turn number 4. Frankie Volz Jr. In the fourth position, 14.097 for Vols. Jimmy White at 14.228 sits back in the fifth position as Hamilton continuing to coast around in the one as checkered flag waves for the first group on track for your Speed Tours Super Modifieds.
Jimmy White passes Frankie Volz Jr. for the fourth position with a 13.955. Frankie Volz Jr. best lap 13.987, and that will conclude the first group of super modifieds out on the racetrack. Otto Sitterly top of the board, 12.680. Davey Hamilton right behind him, 12.751. Chris Mueller, third overall so far, and the only other driver to break under the 13-second lap time with a 12.945, as the next group is going to go ahead and get the push onto the racetrack.
So Shane Vanderpool going to be the first car to roll out onto the Speedway in 17, the carbureted entry. With the casters a pair, the two, that is going to be Rich Caster, and the number 4 machine, Cody Caster, as part of the Colorado family of super modified racers, multi-time ERA champion, Englewood Racing Association champion for the 2 machine of Rich Caster. Cody, former Rookie of the Year with the organization, that has taken some time off this year in 2024 from super modified action in the state of Colorado, but still Rich and Cody taking the time out to come here to the Open Wheels Showdown. The multiple 3 cars, double checking the driver information of the 3X, as it is now known in the back straight. Jim Burgess directly behind that, former JP Memorial Super Modified winner at the Meridian Speedway in Meridian, Idaho. And the number 40 rounding out your field.
That is Matt Caprera, all the way from Syracuse, New York, also running for JYD this weekend. Matt, we've seen a lot this year in all different forms of motorsports, from running dirt racing, dirt modifieds, to asphalt modifieds, now hops into a super modified here at the Bullring at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So we'll see how Matt shapes up with the rest of these super modified guys, as all the team's four-wheelers are out from behind those race cars and push trucks are behind them, and they will get pushed off in just a couple moments.
Jim Burgess, one of the driving forces in that 32 car of getting super modifieds back, fields multiple cars, multiple events. Matt Caprera climbing behind the wheel of the 40 car that earlier this year at multiple events was driven by Nathan Bird. Nathan picking up a win down in California with that number 40 machine. Had a strong run the last time he was in the car. Nathan not in attendance this weekend. Was here last year running a super modified at the Showdown. Field getting ready to come to life. Shane Vanderpool's car yet to fire. The 3X still waiting on it to come to life on the back straight going into turn number 4 as getting set for the second group. And super modified practice session number 1 and done for the night here on Thursday of the Open Wheels Showdown. Again, the final practice slated for Thursday as the 3X now comes to life going into turn number 1. Time to beat, it is going to be the East Coaster, Otto Sitterly, at a 12.680, with Davey Hamilton lying just behind a 12.751 for Hamilton in the 1 car.
Lights still on around the Speedway as these drivers, like we said a little bit earlier on, first time out, and it looks like the 3 is having a little bit of trouble getting power into that race car, so they're going to send a push truck back out to give it another push and hopefully get it started.
So Chris Mueller, the only other car apart from your top 2 that is into the 12-second zone, 12.945 for Mueller. In the number 95, Jimmy White in the 5K in 4th at 13.955. Frankie Vols Jr. at 13.987, rounding out your top 5 as And Cody Castor coming by, you can see that, last year we were seeing at the Open Wheel Showdown that they only had the single element front wing. Already a few cars sprouting the double element front wing. On the fronts of these machines is a very, very open rule book for the super modifieds here. Essentially, a little bit of a top wing rule, I believe, in tires. Kind of the deciding factor is a bunch of different combinations in what is a wide open racing category, and one that, again, was almost at its end on the West Coast before the last few years and has come back strong. Again, one of the biggest car counts that we have seen in a West Coast super modified race in quite some time here this weekend.
3 machine getting pushed off the racetrack and head back to the pits to see if they can get that machine figured out as the lights are out, and they are coming to the green flag next time by. The first car out, the 4 of Cody Castor, gonna make his way around the Bullring here, looking very strong, but opting to not go necessarily up against the wall like you would typically see on the backstretch. Cody Castor's first lap, 15.505, but Jim Burgess up to 4th at a 13.743 after the first lap.
Yeah, Jim Burgess knows how to wheel his super modified as he's getting that 32 car wound up. Down the front straight, coming by a little bit slower that last time as he had to deal with Castor. Rich Castor going up to 5th at a 13.883. Shane Vanderpool directly in front of your leaders as Burgess getting around him. Matt Caprara in the 40 problems as he is going to pull into the infield. So tough break for Matt, who had some problems initially firing the race car during push to fire and now has had to make his way into the infield. 14.906, Matt's best lap before he had to pull in, is Jim Burgess. 13.105, improving on his time, not his position. 4th quick at the moment is Castor and Castor side by side. Rich Castor back in the 5th spot with a 13.883 as the white flag waves.
One more lap around for this first practice session for the Super Modifieds. The person to beat right now is the number 7 machine of Otto Sitterly, 12.680. And the fastest in this group is the 32 machine of Jim Burgess. With that, the checkered flag is out. And like you said, Matt Caprara into the infield. Not a great way to start his night. Head back to the pit area to see what is going on with that racing machine. Cody Castor up to 6th as well. Had a little bit of struggles there earlier on, but seemed to find his groove. The 13.930.
So again, Cody able to slot right behind Rich Castor in the practice order at the moment as to get everybody's first chance to head out onto the racetrack. Is Matt Caprara going to get pushed back to the safety of the pit area, and we'll wait and see this next group to head out onto the racetrack. So again, 28 cars on the entry list. Seeing how many roll out here for this first practice session. We mentioned that modifieds and super modifieds getting 2 sessions tomorrow, and the modifieds, again, they're going to be running heat races. Super modifieds going to be waiting until Saturday for the majority of their action. Is rolling out onto the back straight. The 3, Roger Galliano from Madeira, California. Another one of the cars out of the Schaefer stable rolling up beside him. Last year, that car driven by Ken Hamilton, kind of a last-minute addition to the super modified field, is going to roll out the next car by the looks of things. Still a few more in the chute getting directed to push their drivers up to the ready line. For a lot of these race cars, they have not been in action for almost 20 years up until the bringing back of super modifieds here for the Open Wheel Showdown and events like the JP Memorial Reunion at Meridian Speedway, the revival of the Speed Tour super modifieds. Otto Sitterly already back out on the racetrack for his second attempt. Kenny Hamilton in the 98, rolling out onto the Speedway.
Like you said, Otto Sitterly attempting his second practice session here tonight. Still sits top of the board, though, with a 12.680. Very, very fast. around the Bullring here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Getting a couple more cars pushed on to the racetrack and some more familiar faces we've seen already today. I believe that's going to be the 5K of Jimmy White.
And the 3X back out onto the racetrack. So Jimmy White in that 5K, second session that he will sit it on. And Otto Sitterly already things at the top. It is very early on in the going, but Otto Sitterly is quickest so far. Davey Hamilton in second. It's kind of how things kind of shook out last year with Dave Danzer. He's not in attendance this year, but again took out the Open Wheel Showdown win last year. Danzer and Hamilton traded back fast time throughout many different practice sessions into qualifying. And in the race, it was a battle between Hamilton and Danzer that unfortunately ended with Davey in the wall. Dave then was able to cruise on to a race win, but a very exciting opening few laps for that super modified main event, and a great battle between those two competitors. And already looks like we're going to have a great battle potentially between East and West Coast shaping up here throughout the Open Wheel Showdown weekend as Kenny Hamilton's car comes to life. The orange 3U firing as well. That is going to be Rick Pardee behind the wheel, if not mistaken, coming across the start-finish line. It is Rick behind the wheel of one of the, again, Brian Schaefer's stable of race cars.
Jimmy White right behind him in that 5K. And someone else we've seen out on the racing surface earlier is going to be the number 3 machine, I believe, of Roger. You might have to help me with this last name.
Take a look. Roger Galliano, who I was thinking out in the last session, but just to help us out, there's Roger on the racetrack. Yes, he was out in the last session, back out for his second time on the racetrack. As 3 3s here this weekend as well, with a lot of duplicate numbers, but trying to sort through all that. As again, their first time out onto the racetrack and going through the notes, the entry list, making sure everything's all up to snuff, and timing and scoring also getting updated as well as the event goes on, as everything will be ready to go for Friday and Saturday, of course, tomorrow, kicking off a major weekend of racing. We're going to kind of see the lay of the land heading into the final day of the Open Wheel Showdown as your Super Modifieds getting the signal to wind things up coming off of turn 4.
Green flag out on the racing surface. First car to take that is the Hamilton car, Pink Lady of the 98 with 5 right behind him. Jimmy White hanging right on the back bumper of Hamilton. That might cause some issues later on. Lots of traffic happening right now. First laps in the books. Jimmy White with a 15.203. Kenny Hamilton 11th quick with a 15.215.
Otto Sitterly clear of traffic, and traffic I think is going to be the name of the game here throughout the weekend. It's quite a lot of speed difference between some of the competitors as Otto Sitterly makes his way through 3 and 4. 12, 5, 6, 7, already improving on his time and already closing in on the 5K of Jimmy White and the 98 of Kenny Hamilton, who runs directly in front of White as Sitterly trying to take a look to the inside, going into turn at number 3, clearing the traffic, but has a whole horde of cars in front of him once he clears the 98 of Kenny Hamilton to try and deal with. So Sitterly still with a 12.567, quickest by just over 0.2 of a second from Davey Hamilton as the white flag waves for this group.
Kenny Hamilton up to 6th with a 13.770. As almost the whole field takes the checkered flag. Otto Sitterly improves on his fast time with a 12.567. Almost a 0.2 gap now between him and second place of Davey Hamilton. Kenny Hamilton second fastest in this group, 6th overall. Jimmy White not able to improve on his lap times. 13.955 still his fastest.
So field getting ready to pull off of the racetrack, and it looks like maybe just 1 or 2 more cars getting lined up in the chute as Getting a little bit of a lull in the action here as cars come out, cars come in. Still a few more cars expected to show up tomorrow as they do have 2 more practice sessions. So we will see how many more cars come out onto the racetrack for this next group, as already getting ready to push some cars up to the head of the staging area. So as Randy Anderson rolls out onto the racetrack, the 2A, we've pretty much introduced to you all the competitors that are going to be taking part in tonight's practice session. Again, getting advantage of the early practice session for the Super Modified, so we'll step aside and again allow you the chance to view some Super Modified practice action, again with Otto Sitterly at the top of the qualifier, rather the practice order at 8:12.567. Davey Hamilton sits in second with a 12.751, with Chris Mueller rounding out your top 3, and the 3 cars currently in the 12-second zone with a 12.945. So jumping on for the final few minutes of super modified practice here at the Open Wheels Showdown. Still Otto Sitterly at the top of the practice order and getting down into the 12.3 second zone. 12.322. Davey Hamilton still in second. He has also been able to whittle down his time to a 12.430, only about a tenth of a second behind Sitterly. Chris Mueller, 12.945. He's only been out on the racetrack once here with just a few more minutes of practice left, as Brian Schaefer was the car. Got a little bit sideways coming off of turn number 4. We thought he might have tagged the front straight wall, but looking at the front of the 4 machine, looks like Brian was able to lock that car up and keep it out of the concrete for the racer from just outside of Salt Lake City, Utah, as they'll get that car pushed into position and get ready to refire it on the front straight as the push truck waiting to get behind the 4 of Brian Schaefer.
Track crew taking an extra look at the area where Schaefer just wrecked to make sure there is nothing on the racing surface before we send the last couple cars back out. Jim Burgess sits in 4th right now with 13.087, close to breaking that sub 13 second mark. But only a couple minutes left here in practice. We will see if he will be able to do that. Rich Castor in 5th, Jimmy White in 6th, Kenny Hamilton in 7th, Frankie Voles Jr. in 8th, Randy Anderson in 9th, and Cody Castor in 10th. 17 cars have hit the racetrack tonight for this late night practice session for the Super Modifieds at the Bullring at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And just as I said that, more cars are being pushed onto the racetrack.
This looks like Jim Burgess in the 32, going to head back out on track. He was trying to find a clean lap as he was ducking in and out of traffic, trying to find, again, a little bit of clean air to try and knock off a lap in the 32 car. And Jim, who ran last year in the Mike Sargent-owned number 7, unfortunately had his race end a little bit early in the turn 1 tire wall, and again, back behind the wheel of his 32 machine that is a new to him race car for this year. Has got an incident at the Meridian Speedway last year at the start of the 2023 season that kind of put him out for the majority of the year. In 2023, the first year of the return of the Speed Tour Super Modifieds, is Burgess fires off, and we'll get ready to crank off a few laps here again at the tail end, just a few minutes away from finishing off this final practice group session, final practice for all classes here on day number 1 that has turned into night number 1 of the Open Wheels Showdown. Again, brought to us by BitNile.com, is Jim Burgess picking up the pace in the 32.
Jim Burgess making his laps around the racetrack for their first and only practice session tonight. But like we said earlier on, these super modified drivers will have 2 practice sessions tomorrow. And I believe that concludes all of their racing action for tomorrow's program. And then Saturday, they will have an additional practice session before their 2-lap qualifying efforts.
Jim really winded that thing up as it's got pretty high RPM around the racetrack, up to 3rd and into the 12s, 12.900. So 3rd quick for Jim Burgess in a car that has a pretty short wheelbase in comparison to some as he comes off at turn number 4, coming across the start-finish line that last time by 13.134, 12.900. His best lap so far for the 32.
Jim Burgess and the changes his crew made are paying off in these last laps as he goes even quicker with a 12.776 for Jim Burgess. And it looks like he might be done for this session as he's going to take the checkered flag as lights are out on the racetrack.
So caution lights blinking back on is Jim Burgess. Going to be, by the looks of things, the last car on the racetrack for the Thursday portion of the Open Wheels Showdown is Otto Sitterly, quickest in super modified practice session number 1 of the weekend at a 12.322. Davey Hamilton in 2nd. In the 1 at a 12.430, Jim Burgess in 3rd with a 12.776. Chris Mueller 4th with a 12.945 and a 13.131 for Rich Castor in 5th. That is going to round out your top 5. We thank everybody for joining us on the live stream. Everybody for joining us at the racetrack, and stay tuned for more action coming up from Speed Sport as well as the Open Wheel Showdown throughout the weekend, and we'll see on Saturday night who gets that $50,000 to win purse for the 100 laps for the Wing Sprint cars.